Two, two, yeah, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, just turn back 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, check 2.
it. Um, I just have to say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Thank you for honoring us, honoring our invitation this morning. We are Ephenova Limited, and today we are here to showcase ourselves and to discuss HCM Reimagined, leading change driven by AI intelligence. And we know that as we're here today, we would have a fun time exploring exactly what AI has done in the HR space, leading people to make decisions, allowing you as an HR person to make your life easier. And that's what we're here to do today, to show you exactly how AI can make an HR person's life easier, allow the employees to have a good experience. So as we walk on this journey today, we'll have various events, various sectors where we will take you through. But right now, it is just for us to sit back, relax, and enjoy. And we hope that at the end of this, you would have learned a great deal. And it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Ade Adenuga, who would be giving us more information exactly about what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yabo. Good morning, everyone. You're joining online from far away in Canada. Good morning, guys who decided to join us in the UK. Thank you very much for joining. It's my honor and a privilege to welcome everyone over here today. My name is actually busy compiling the latecomers, but but it's not a long list. I'm told, they're on the way. It's a little bit unusual, this kind of gathering. And I know it's really tough, not because we don't have the economy, just that people are too busy. We're all very busy people. So that you're here today, pledge, and it's an honor, very warm welcome. So I thought that would be a little applause for the people that came in early. I'm really, honestly, I'm really thankful that you guys are here. Thankful because you took time out of no time, out of your busy schedules to be here. Though there are a good number of people that are away to join us. So thank them as well. Apologize for the late start. Must do that. So big apology, especially for those who came earlier than us. This event um, is we're not doing HR the normal way anymore. HR is not about gatekeepers anymore. Not about HR admin. It's more about HR adding value to business. So wherever you are as an HR professional, there's a lot more that you can be doing. That's the theme of having here today. There's so much more that HR people can do in a business.
Okay.
Currently
Should I say?
done the research, read the research in other parts of the world as well. Know that there's so much more value. I'm in another life and originally an HR person as well. I've drifted into becoming. I've been called a systems engineer. I've been called studied HR originally. So I am your one of you guys. The spirit they call HR people in the room. So, but over the years, things have evolved, things have changed. So we're here today with some of the best companies in the country, some of the leading companies in the country. It's a very warm welcome also to Paul Bakare, HR Director at NLG, True Gas. Another can't get it any better. Those are some of the top companies, most experienced HR We have Nestor in the room. HR Director Nestor is apologizing. Head of IT at Nestor is here. He's been very involved in a lot of HR systems projects. So there's so much to learn. Our panelists say warm welcome to you guys, especially. Not that the panelists. I want to thank the SCP guys as well. So this is not just an Ephenova event. Ephenova Nigeria. It's not just as an event. Very close to SAP. I like to say that Ephenova is a bear me out on this. I like to say that we're a top tier SAP partner in the region. So when you're in this region and looking for an SAP partner to do anything for you or with you, you were talking to SAP, they will give you a list of partners to talk to, and will always be top of that list. One, sometimes number two, mostly number one. So kudos to company Ephenova. On behalf of that company and all the staff, we welcome you again. So today, the focus is so much around what can we do with technology in the HR space? What is happening at the moment in terms of the use of technology in HR? So a lot of HR processes are admin based, but they're supposed to be more strategic, meaning they're adding value. So when HR is adding value, it means HR is saving the business time. HR is being more efficient by saving the business time. HR is also making money for the business in some instances. Therefore, HR is being more strategic. The other driver of this conversation is going to be around how we empower employees to take ownership of some of their HR functions. Well, I welcome the SCP guys in the room. Chief Dombo, they'll be talking a little bit about that whole subject of using SCP technology to drive your HR processes. My Ephenova team will also be talking about giving you examples, what you can do with HR software, speed up and improve. Therefore, adding value to the company work for. So I think it's going to be a really interesting time today. Promise you it'll be fun as well. There's let this cat out of the bag here. Something interesting. You're staying to the end, for example. I expect you to stay to the end time. But there is little special, a few special prizes, that's going to come out of an HR system today. That's almost that's something to be on the lookout. But I promise you an interesting time. I welcome you all again. The other day, my boss said, "Oh, Ade, have a good day." I took my bag and I left. And then I got a call from HR. They asked you to have a good day. Doesn't mean you have to go. So please have a good day. Enjoy yourselves with us today. Feel free to ask a lot of questions. There'll be people around the room that you can answer your questions. And there'll be the panelists here as well, a little bit later. I'm so sure that there'll be a lot of questions popping up in your mind, HR professionals. I believe that today you'll get the answers to all of those. So thank you very much. Welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Ade. I call him Mr. Ade. So, did I introduce myself earlier? My name is Yabo Kuraiwe from Ephenova. They call me IY. So, if I omitted that, just to let you know. We know that definitely HR is experiencing change, experiencing transformation. And we know that nowadays, just because of generative AI, we stand on the frontier of great things with generative AI leading a lot of people. How many of us have used ChatGPT to make our life easier? You just use it, put what you have to do, and it gives you the answers. Imagine having that in your AI, in your HR system, whereby your life is easier. And that's what we're about. So it gives me great pleasure to invite our SAP representative here, who's going to take us through and teach us a lot about what SAP has done with AI. So I'd like to just welcome Chief Dumbo. our speaker here, who will be taking us through. Thank you, Chef. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? I'm only getting a response from the table here. And you guys do know that your other name is everyone, right? Good morning, everyone. That is better. How are we doing this morning? There was no response. Fine, that's the right one. I've got the pleasure this morning of taking you through what we are seeing changing within the HR space. And as far as reimagining HR is concerned, what solutions exist in the market. What we'll finish off is by looking at, if you have not started the process to reimagine your HR services, what are the 5 things that you can take away from the session today? Get back to your team, then start looking at how you can begin to reimagine how HR services are rendered in your environment, how HR services are measured, and also looking at how can we digitize those HR services, make them as available as possible. So I've got about 45 minutes, but I'm going to try and make it quick to take you through from SAP's perspective. You heard Ade say that Ephenova is a top SAP partner. They have worked with a lot of customers here within the Nigeria market to digitize HR, to automate HR. Now we are talking about taking HR into your pocket. So I'm going to be taking you through, when we talk about SAP solutions, what are they? What do they look like? But I want us to start by looking at how do we as SAP put together the HR solutions that we have. And this is me waiting for the clicker, by the way. Maybe now it's on. Thank you. So we're going to go through a couple of slides this morning. I've divided the slides into 2. There are slides which are mainly from an insight perspective, and there are slides which are going to get into some level of a masterclass, where there will be a little bit more content in the slides that I'll take you through to get you to reflect and to get you to think about how can you reimagine your HR services when you go back to your organization. So let's start off by looking at what are some of the trends that we're seeing happening in the HR space as far as research is concerned. The first thing that we are seeing in the market is that HR, over and above many things that we do, we are expected to help disconnected employees to reconnect back into the organization. And when we speak about disconnected employees, a lot of us typically go back to COVID, right? When a lot of how we work changed. The places that we worked from changed also. The tools that we used to work changed. Yes, that has had an impact in people, but after that, you remember during COVID, we all had to adapt, we all had to adjust. If you think about how performance reviews were done, almost everything was different. And there has been an impact on employees. So some employees are disconnected. Some are disconnected because they were affected personally by COVID or because their families were affected. And this disconnect that employees are going through, it has got a direct bearing in their individual performance, team's performance, and ultimately in the organizational performance. So we are seeing now that HR is expected more and more to work with line managers, with people managers, to help the disconnected employees to reconnect back into the organization. The second thing that we see coming out as far as HR is concerned is moving from AI hype to AI. How many of us used AI this morning? I'm only seeing 2 hands. How many of us used AI this morning? How many of us were on Twitter this morning? Okay, if you were on Twitter this morning, there was AI there that impacted you. How many of us were on LinkedIn this morning? There was AI in there. How many of us were on Google Maps or any? There we go. So we have all used some level of AI. And it's easy for us to measure the impact of that AI in our individual lives because we are able to make decisions there and there. And we need to think as HR on this AI as HR, this AI that we hear about, how do we move from this hype and how do we get to a stage where we can now begin to say in our organization, there are only 3 AI use cases that we are going to, or 2, or maybe 12, or maybe 18. So there's been a lot of talk around AI, what AI is doing in the organizations and how AI is expected to help HR also. When you go through some of the slides, we'll begin to talk about how managers are experiencing AI and how employees are experiencing AI. And I'll get you to do some thinking as far as that is concerned. The third thing that we see coming out of research as far as HR is concerned is this balancing act between upskilling and reskilling. There's a lot of talk around skills. Ultimately, most organizations want to be skills-based organizations, but there is a maturity curve around skills. Some organizations, because of the industry that you are in, maybe being a skills-led organization is enough, or maybe being a skills-infused organization is enough. But there is talk now around a lot of skills around HR. Now, what we're seeing from research is that these conversations around skills are also bringing a debate between human skills and machine skills. Because when we talk about AI, when we talk making skills human again. So these are some of the research that we are seeing coming out of the market. And what this means ultimately for HR is that there's continuous transformation in the organization. And this transformation, sometimes we can control, sometimes we cannot control, sometimes we are able to measure how we are going to go forth in this transformation. In some instances, the technology is ahead of us, or some HR practices are ahead of us. So these are some of the trends that we're seeing coming out of HR. This is coming from research that we have done as SAP. We have got a team of behavioral scientists. Their role to look at the world of work, understand where the world of work is going, and we use the output from this research into how do we then help customers? How do we build HR solutions that customers can take, deploy, adopt, and then be the people that work in our organizations. We are record keepers in terms of the people that have left. We are record keepers in terms of the pay that people are getting. And record keeping helps us with compliance as well, right? That on an annual basis, when compliance needs to be done, whether it's internal, whether it's legislative compliance, record keeping helps us with that compliance. But for a long time as HR, we've been viewed as record keepers. You know, how many employees work in our organizations, how many of them joined at a particular time, how many of them have done what kind of training. But we see that the role that HR is playing is evolving. Not that we are going to stop being a record keeper. We are not going to do away with record keeping as a function, but the question is, how are we going to do record keeping? The source of the record has changed over time. We used to be the source of the record as HR, but now with self-service applications, employees have become the source of the records. We can validate those records as HR before we use them for. So we have done that. Then we moved on to this stage where we became talent advocates. So we have got the records. We know the different employees that we have. We know how we are structured as an organization. We know which new markets we want to do. We know what's changing in terms of skills in the market, in terms of new roles. Maybe we are launching a new product. Maybe we want to extend across the borders. And now we have become talent advocates. What skills do we have? How do we use those skills? How do we retain those skills? How do we grow those skills? And more importantly, if we don't have the skills, do we buy, do we build, or do we borrow those skills? That's when we became talent advocates. And in this instance here, as HR, we came out from the back office. We came out from that room where we were record keepers, and we began to have business and HR conversations. Then we moved on to the state now where we are now seen as strategic partners. I think Ade mentioned that when he opened this morning, that HR has got a strategic place, a role to play pretty much across all organizations. But the question is, how do we effectively play that role as HR? And you can see here from a tech perspective, when we were record keepers, this is when there were different applications, help to keep that record. When we became talent advocate, this is where now we can make the data available. We can enable business to consume and use that data. But when we become a strategic partner, it's about HR being, it's about HR the same way that I asked a question this morning about Twitter. Okay, let's talk about Google Maps. How many of us use Google Maps or Waze? Did you have to switch on your laptop to use? Does it work on your laptop, by the way? Has anyone ever used Google Maps on a laptop? Where do we find it? On the phone, right? And it's because Google Maps and Waze and Maps, they've become strategic partners in how we decide, how we move, how we plot. And that's where HR has gone now. That when HR is sleeping, when HR is closed, when HR is away, business needs to be able to access HR services in order to make business. And this is where AI comes. And we'll spend some time this morning talking about AI. The role that AI plays in HR, and how do we as HR ensure that we are using AI for the right reason. So the purpose behind this slide is to understand that we are expected to play these different functions. It's not about us stopping being record keepers in here. We will continue to be record keepers. The question is, can we do it? So I want us to ask ourselves a question. This is now Deborah Babb from IBM. Deborah leads learning, leadership at IBM. And she says, ask yourself a question. This question is, what things would be better if they were 24/7 organization? Think about HR also. What are the HR services that would be better if they were? I can think of one, leave request. I can think of one, training, performance review, succession planning. So think about those services that would serve the organization better if they are 24/7. Think also about processes that would be better if we can do them daily. How many of us have got vacancies in our organization? Hands up, please. How long does it take us to fill those vacancies? 20 days, 50 days? Makara, your hand was up. A bit longer. Depending on the level of the position, it could be a bit longer. But recruiting is one of those processes that if we can scale up recruiting and get different people to do what they need to do at a particular time in a controlled environment, we can get recruiting to be done better. The other question here is, which processes would benefit from greater efficiency? I can think about training. If I need to do training, if training is efficient for me as an employee, it means that I can do it in such a way that it doesn't take me away from my day-to-day job. Yes, I need to be trained as part of my job, but for me to be able to do training, I should be able to do it at my own. Maybe on a Sunday evening, TV is boring. Maybe on a Saturday morning when the house is still quiet before the kids wake up. But these are the sort of things that we need to ask ourselves questions. And these are the processes that we need to think about putting through. And talking about putting these processes through AI, Gartner has already done an AI use case. And they've come up and they said, when you look at AI within your HR instances, think about what business value those AI use cases are going to give versus the feasibility of deploying those AI use cases in our environment. So they've mapped out a lot of processes that could go onto AI, make them scalable, to make them 24/7, make them efficient as well. What we have done from SAP, and these are the solutions that Ephenova helps customers here in the local market with. What we have done as SAP, we have taken that Prism from Gartner, and we have identified processes that will benefit, HR processes that will benefit from AI. I need to move this way a little bit because I keep blocking your view here. I'm trying to balance the room. So what we are looking at over here now, these are AI processes that are already available in our HR solution. If you think about the whole employee lifecycle, from recruiting, from leave request, from learning, from performance review, all the way to planning, all the way to reporting, we have already identified and we have created these capabilities in success factors, which is our HR, which means that when you deploy SAP success factors for HR, you are going to get this AI use case available. The question then becomes, who's going to use AI in our environment? How do we get them to use AI? The question is not, is there AI in our AI? And we'll talk a little bit now around how do we get employees excited about AI? How do we get them to start using AI? Say, if I may ask a question, you were taking a picture just now. Was that for me or for them? Huh? I need to pause there if it's for me. Oh, okay. When it's for me, please let me know when it's for me. Thank you. So what we are looking at over here, this is AI that works. We've got customers here in Nigeria who are using this AI already. We'll come to one customer just now. So I showed you just now the different AI capabilities that are in SAP SuccessFactors. The slide here depicts typically how we see those AI use cases. So what you see here is all the way from workforce planning up to analyzing and improving. We have already embedded AI capabilities across the HR system. So we look at the data, we look at the processes, we look at the applications that are needed, we look at the users that need to use this AI processes. So AI, we are helping customers as SAP to move away from AI hype, AI. And talking about customers, Standard Chartered, the name that we all know, right? About 1,000 employees in the Nigerian market. Globally, they have rolled out SAP SuccessFactors, and they have also switched on AI in performance management. So this is what happens now for employees at Standard Chartered. And 2 weeks ago, when I was in Johannesburg, we had the HR director for South Africa at Standard Chartered talking to other HR leaders like us on how they deploy this internally and how they are using it. So when employees at Standard Chartered, when they want to create a KPI, I go to my HR system and I say to the HR system, I don't know if you guys give your AI a name. I've heard that you must give your AI a name because when the machines revolt against us, they are going to remember who treated them like a machine and who treated them like a human being. So typically, those employees will go to the HR system and say, I've got a new KPI. That KPI says, I need to be able to deploy at least one AI use case for HR in the next 12 months. The AI in HR will come and say, you've got a new KPI, you are going to do something that you have never done before. This is how that goes. What must you do first? What must you do next? What must you do third? How are you going to measure that goal if it's a new project? Because the machine understands you are doing AI the next 12 months, it will also guide you to say, out of the 6 things that you need to do to launch a new project, how do you measure? Typically, at what time levels do you need to get a review? So what's happening here is almost like going into ChatGPT and say, how do I create an AI? But you are doing this in the performance management. The advantage of doing this performance management is because the HR system knows who you are. It knows your role, it knows your KPI, it can help you to craft that goal in a way that is consistent with other HR practices. It knows who you report to. So it will automatically link the people that need to be part of that conversation. And because it's all in an HR environment, controlled environment. So we have got AI that customers are using already, and customers are willing to come in public, talk about how this AI in SAP is benefiting them. I keep hoping somebody will tell me 5 minutes to go because I am looking for a timer. So how do we put together this AI from SAP? Mainly in two ways. We have got what we call embedded AI and the Copilot. Copilots are not new to us, right? So we use some version of Copilot. So whether you are using the Microsoft Copilot or a different Copilot. So the scenario that I spoke about now, where you can go to your HR system and say to the HR system, I am new in the organization. And yes, I've only been here for 3 weeks, not you, Yvonne. Yes, I've only been here for 3 weeks. Yvonne is my colleague over there. She joined SAP. Can you please stand, Yvonne, so people? Thanks, Yvonne. Yvonne was greeting, by the way, for those who are online. So when you go into your HR system, so think about a scenario. You are hired in a new organization, you are a manager, and in your first month as a manager, somebody in the team resigns and you now need to follow protocol policies in order to advertise the role, get the job spec out, and understand how do we advertise new roles in the organization. You can go to the co-pilot and say, I've got a vacancy in my team. What do I do next? And the co-pilot, because it knows the HR policies that you have, it will come back and say, if you've got a vacancy in your team, you need to contact somebody based on the process. Or it will ask you, you are a manager, these are the positions that you are responsible for. Which of these is going to be vacant and by what stage you want that vacancy? This is when we bring AI, the same way that we can do with ChatGPT on our phones. I can do that on my phone as well, using that AI that is in HR. And by doing this, we help you as HR to ensure that employees in your organizations are working faster, they are working smarter, and they're working differently here doesn't take them away from being active because the systems are easy to use and also designed. So I think my clicker has stopped. So there are some challenges around HR also, where some organizations battle to adopt HR. 3 examples of the challenges here: legal and ethical concerns, because there will be questions asked. What data is going into it? How do we control that data when it's in the AI tool? Emotional barriers. Some employees feel like they want control, they want to retain control. Some employees might feel like my data is now going out into the cloud. I don't know where it's going to end up. And some employees might feel like, why are we losing the human touch as an organization? Why do I need to ask the bot for every single thing? Whereas there are people at HR, I know people at HR, but people at HR are telling me, ask the bot, it will help you to get the answer as quickly as possible. And then there's governance around that. In most instances, we have got governance tied down when it comes to cybersecurity, but when it comes to data, there are still some questions that need answered. And from an SAP's perspective, we have ensured that we help you to address all those challenges. So what we have done, the AI that we embed in our HR solutions, we have ensured that it is relevant, it is reliable, and it is also responsive. Relevant meaning that because it's in the HR system, it knows who I am, it knows what I'm allowed to do. If I'm a manager, the AI knows that I'm a manager. If I'm not a manager, it knows there are things that I cannot do. It also gives me the information in order for me to function. When we speak about AI being reliable, it's because it's using data that is in it. It's using the data that we use, but the data is controlled. If I am going to create a new position, AI, the AI doesn't disregard completely what processes, what protocols we have. In terms of being responsible for that you are doing. So we don't use your data as in our AI. Your data remains your data. You are the one that determines what happens. But we work with all the AI space, make sure that we. So the challenges that you might face in terms of deploying AI, we can help you to work through those challenges. So the next couple of slides, they might seem a bit heavy. This is where Guys will feel like it's a master class. So, no. I can be here the whole day. So, AI in HR is there. We understand the market forces that are changing how HR is. We understand as HR that we have heard a lot about AI. If I ask you to raise your podcast, almost all of us will have. But AI is there. AI works. We saw from one customer here. We can talk about many customers. The AI that we are talking about is relevant, is reliable. Question is, if I deploy this AI, how am I going to get value out of this tool? How do I use this tool to help me now begin to reimagine how my HR functions? And how do I bring the employee home together? So in terms of getting maximum value out of AI, we always need to think about how do we measure this? From our perspective, we think that we need to do it. AI needs to benefit the employee. Measure needs to benefit HR. We need to benefit. Also needs to benefit. And when we think about those AI use cases, think about the feasibility and the business value of it. We need to think about these personas. If we feel that managers are readier for AI adoption than employees, then we know what are the use cases. And we lead with those. So when we think about value, let's think about that. How do we maximize value? HR, also for the organization. But there are some things that we need to consider before we go down. The survey that we did here, we asked ourselves to say, let us hear from employees. What do employees do? And as you can see, 86% of the employees have got a very good understanding how our organization wants us to use. Again, I want you to think about if you were to run this survey, ask you, what is your understanding of AI? You know what the rules, protocols are, know when you can be rewarded for using. Think about that survey. Think about what kind of outcomes organization. So 86% of employees are saying, I understand the rules. But out of those 86%, some employees, not a very high percentage, are saying those rules are. And you know why they are saying this? Because when you look on the ChatGPT, you can do anything that you want. Ask anything that you want. Come back with a question is, can you trust that response? But when you begin to use AI for HR, because it's in a controlled environment, employees feel like, why can't I ask somebody's salary? If the AI knows, why doesn't it tell me? My colleagues. But because we have got controls in place here, some employees are saying, some they are maybe they are use cases. But the one that caught my attention here, there are some employees who are saying, I've used AI for things that I'm not. This for me means that employees are already using AI today. Whether we have deployed AI in our HR system, they are using it. And in this case, they are using it outside. There could be data, sensitive company is ending up in Chrome, ChatGPT, up in Thematic, or other AI tools. So to avoid that, we need to bring AI closer. But I want to draw your attention here from an organizational perspective. We found that a lot of employees are saying, I know what data what data I can. That's what some employees who are putting it in. But where we find a gap is when we ask customers, beyond the data, what about our processes? Which processes have you decided which? Yes or no? A lot of our customers. And we help customers together with us. We help you to create HCM reimagining path, help you with all these considerations. So this was from the employees, where we are seeing two things happening. Some of our customers are saying, if an employee uses AI, I'm happy for them. And I don't even need to worry about what they do with it. Some managers are, if an employee is using AI, why reward them the same way? So there's a new type of workforce now coming. AI users and non-AI users. Managers are battling with these around. If I've got two employees who do the same thing, one uses AI, the other one doesn't use it. If they produce the same effort, if the quality of their work is the same, when we come to performance review, do I give them an equal rating? Or the one that uses AI must get a lesser rating because they had assistance, but their output is still the same as the employee. These are some of the questions that when managers are saying, I don't mind employees, but I want the organization to guide me. I want HR to guide me. Say, when it comes to promotion, who do I promote first? An employee using AI or the one who's not using, if their performance is the same? Some of the questions that are coming up over here is for the performance, who gets a better performance for that performance? These are some of the questions that we need to roll out AI. We have thought about this from an help you go through all this. Remember the question that we asked, how do we get maximum value? And if we think about the employees, about the organization, we prepare. We look at the different questions, where they are not sure, where they need to be enabled, where they need to be trained. How we have done that, and reimagining HR with AI. So this slide here is going to be a bit busy, but pretty much it's a summary. When we invest in AI, what do we want to do? Employees are looking at time saving. Things that I do that take up my time, AI help me to do them. That's time savings. They are looking at skills and quality. I want to be able to do more. Now I've got a tool that is helping me aggregate information, tool that is helping me about how the process is, storing that when I make a decision, quality, I've got access to the information. Employees are also looking for efficiency. The work that I do today takes me a 8 my living. AI, why can't they take me? I was actually talking to a colleague yesterday in the SAP. We do our leave request. I was saying to her, how many clicks about it? And she said, if I may ask in the room, 6 clicks. Okay, the room is divided now. It looks like I'm causing war. And I like what's happening now, right? Because we are at different stages customers. 6 clicks might be too much for you. And for somebody else who's completely paper-based, they might be thinking, because it can be done on the phone, it can be done in a controlled environment. But when we think about, these are the things that we need to think. We are going to create reimagined. How many clicks? By the way, with our AI, you can talk to your HR? How many of us talk to Siri? Not many hands are going up. What do you call her, by the way? What do you call her? Call her Siri? Or maybe you have. So with AI, so those 6 clicks that we spoke about, now we are at a stage where you can talk to the co-pilot on your phone and say, I want to go on leave 8th of August up until the 20th. And when you speak to your phone is going to activate HR bot. HR bot is going to go to your HR system. I know who you are, know what leave type you qualify for, know how many leave days you have left in terms of balance, come back and say, oh, when I take vacation from 6, go because you've got balances. Also, then it will ask you, you want to submit. What do you say after that? Yes. How many clicks was that? So we move from 6. But I'm showing this here to talk about efficiency and that when we do this, instead of employees taking off 20 minutes, leave form, send through the leave form, not even know if I can now be more efficient using AI. I want to look at the last one here, work avoidance. There are some employees who are saying, I want to use AI to avoid work that I don't. Maybe they don't work in your organization. Have those people. Oh, right? So work avoidance here has got something to do about if work needs to be done in a team. I know who's part of my team. How do I avoid that work in a collaborative way, but still ensure that as a team, as an agile team, still meet our expectations? So there are some employees, the same way that there are employees that I am using AI in the wrong way. Those who are saying, how about AI and avoid work? Avoiding work doesn't mean that it's not done, but passing the work over on allowed to do. And these are the things that when we think about rolling out AI, about what do we want employees? Can employees use AI for work avoidance? Work still needs to be. So that's from the employee. What about people managers? I spoke about this earlier on. When we speak to them around AI, they are saying, I want AI to help me to manage. I want AI to prepare me, show my employees that I care about them. How do I show about them? Using AI to access employees. If I'm going to get into a salary review, I can go ask the AI, give me compensation. AI will come back and say, this employee joined the organization this day. When they join, this is how much. As far as our pay scales are concerned, maybe the arrangement 4%, and it will give me employees. And when the employee got a promotion, out increase, when they got increase, out of cycle. So when I go to have a conversation with one of my employees around there, I can show care now because I get that the employee. As you can see here now, being showing care, being able to communicate, helping employees. Managers are saying, give me AI, help me. Already helping customers. From an HR perspective, talk about the number of clicks. I don't know how someone is getting log into the system, type in the employee, find that employee, find the position, find the area that make sure that the policy is. But this is the kind of efficient HR out of a room where I can get into the HR. I want to do it. Them will say, you're an HR business partner, state only for this state. These are the employees that one do you want to. I pick that employee, get where they need to go, and the HR system ensures that all policies. So efficiency and productivity. But HR people, I want AI to help me, to find my work. I can get rid of all the heavy lifting so that I can go back to have business. I can become a proper business partner. I've used AI, raffle through information that I can use that information. This is what I find that customers are. Next slides, I'm going to run them, but this is to indicate what employees we've already mapped. So when you speak to the guys at iPhone, I want my managers to comes to employee development and performance. They are able to come and say, be able to do that. Need career insight, need performance and goals management. Manager self-service, that with corp. Managers can access the information 24/7, access that. So we've done that mapping. We understand AI can do. We understand what challenges employees. We understand what businesses want to benefit. And together with Ephenova, we have mapped all the systems that you need to have. Let's say that I'm going to run. This is my second last slide. And what I want you to think about in this slide, take the decision. What are the things that you need to make sure them to look control over data? How many of us have suffered a data? Several, where our data gets breached somewhere. We know that organizations are compelled by data privacy laws to disclose data breach. But employees know that when you have given me, this is typically what happens. This also when we call out new. I think it's an HR system. If I touch it, I'm going to break. Know what they do after that? Because they are scared that they are going to break HR system. Now we have made HR system flexible. Are wondering. Data is safe, same way that it was in HR. So employees want control over their data. They want training. They want support. A level of AI literacy. How do you access? We have got this is now asset. Recently ran training last week around AI. What AI? Which tool do I use? What paper? Sounds like it's a lot, but employees have developed a way to. Employees want to understand how is this tool doing. This is now moving from AI. On the side here, you see that we have mapped out to say across expectations that employees have, what should HR be doing? Make sure that there is good adoption of the tool that we are rolling out. And what should leaders, these are people managers and other leaders in the business, what should those leaders be doing to ensure that when we work on this project, when we reimagine our HR processes, when we put our HR processes in employees' pockets, through self-service, through Copilot, through AI, employees want to know that I have got support throughout the whole organization. I'm going to go to my last slide now and talk about if any of the things that we discussed today make you want to start this journey, reimagine HR processes. Please don't do this without Ephenova. If you want to know who Ephenova is, can I please ask all my colleagues from Ephenova to stand up in case somebody wants to talk to you? Ade, the team. So the guys who are standing up, these are our hosts for today. Mr. K is still sitting down. So the question that I want us to answer now is, if you, from what we discussed today, if you feel like I'm ready for this, my organization is ready, my employees are ready, we have got the data, we have got the cybersecurity in place, we have got the governance in place. What are the 5 basic things that we need to consider to do to start this journey? Number 1, you remember when we started, we looked at the Gartner AI use case prism for HR. And I highlighted there that 2 things need to drive our decision. What is the business value and what is the feasibility of this process or this use case being adopted in our organization? Please start with what we call high value use cases. I gave you an example of a high value use case. And I said, if it takes you 6 clicks to create a leave request, you can do that in no click by talking to your assistant on your phone. That will then, using agentic AI, get the relevant system activated in order to be able to run through that process. And when we think also about where are our employees, what are they expecting out of AI, what are people managers expecting out of AI, we are able to map out which ones are high value use cases on our side. From SAP's perspective, we have got more than 300 AI use cases. Do you need all of them? Maybe not. Maybe your business needs 20 of those, or 6 of those, or 5 of those. But let's start here from a business perspective. What is going to benefit us as a business? Secondly, let's make sure that we have put in place the guardrails. Employees need to know, what can I use this for? What can't I use? When I started, I asked you a question. Do your employees know what will get them fired for AI and what won't get them fired as far as AI? And that is where the control, that is where the governance comes in. And we need to be able to provide the guidance to the employees. Remember, it's a new tool, and employees want support pretty much across new tools. Number 3, communication. Have you guys realized how many of us use iPhones? But not a lot of hands are going up. And how many of us don't have phones? If your hand was not up for iPhone, I'm kidding. So have you realized Android and Apple, how they communicate with us on a daily basis? If there's an update in one of your apps, you will know, right? You won't miss that. That's communication, isn't it? And after you receive that message to say, oh, there's an update, my app, what do you do next? Check which app needs an update. Oh, it's a bus booking app for London. I'm not going to London, at least for the next 6 weeks. It's not urgent. I don't have to do anything. But if the update is on TikTok, okay, the TikTokers are laughing. If the update is on TikTok, we won't even think about it, right? I want the new feature. I want the update on TikTok. And this is a way of communication, right? And when we think about rolling out, reimagining our HR processes, let's find ways to communicate that make sense to our own employees. Number 4, AI literacy. I can't emphasize that. There's a lot that we know about AI. Sometimes we even ask the AI about itself, right? But we know that AIs do hallucinate. Have you guys ever experienced that? How many of us use Grok, by the way? No hands are going up. There was an incident recently where it was found. I was actually watching a video last night, guy that was showing how AI can hallucinate if you don't know how to prompt it, if you don't know what questions to ask. Also, if you don't know how to control what data you are getting. It sounds like it's a lot, but this is like using TikTok. How many of us, by the way, okay, let me ask a question. I haven't asked this one. How many of us have got TikTok on our phone? A lot of hands. Some of you are shy to raise your hands. My hand is up. It's not my account, it's my son's account. You know. But if you think about TikTok, right? How many of us have seen a user guide for TikTok? A user guide. Is it better now? Oh, there's no AI for this thing yet. A user guide. Has anyone ever seen a user guide for AI, for TikTok? Do we need a user guide for TikTok? Because there's a general level of literacy around the usage of similar tools, right? But when we roll out AI in our corporate processes, let us make sure that we communicate. We make employees aware, why are we doing this? How is it going to benefit you? And you might not need to use it every day, but what are the critical moments when you need to use AI to help you with your day-to-day function? The last one over here is around governance. And you see, when I adjust my mic, the clicker doesn't work. It's around governance. We don't own AI governance as HR. Am I correct? We don't own AI governance as HR, but we own HR data governance. So when we think about AI governance over here, let us wear that HR hat and think about HR process governance, HR data governance, and make sure that they are embedded in the AI governance model that we are going. Yeah? Data governance, that was Sylvester here, data governance. So like I said, this is why I was on stage for the last 40 minutes. This slide over here. So if you had anything today that you think, if StanChat is doing that, my organization can do. If SAP has got AI for recruiting, I've got a lot of vacancies in my organization. If there's AI to help employees to understand their pay slip, why is my pay this month lower compared to last month? If there's AI to help me with my performance reviews, if there's AI to help me with creating a skills architecture for my environment, if you want to start doing any of those, these are the 5 simple steps that SAP, together with Ephenova, we are happy to meet with you and get you started on the journey. And I think that is the last slide. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Shiv. That was really interesting. I don't know about you, but I was excited about the various trends, best practice innovations that are coming up, solutions. I wish there was, maybe if I had my AI app, there should have been something that when I wake up late, there'll be something that when I switch off that alarm with a panel of discussants, and we have some really
I think that
Means PI that will be calling those policies from the SharePoint to success factors 1. Dates on the policies, how does it feed into the system? Because say, for example, you have a policy that's already been stated, right? And there are changes, and when the employee now goes in, because of the changes in the policy, I just want to understand the configuration and how it's being called for. The policies are being called from to person. Thank you.
So the tool or the solution that we use for the scenario that you are describing now, a policy lies on SharePoint, an employee wants to do something and they want to know if policy allows them. That capability is called document grounding. So we have it, document grounding. So what happens as an employee is I go into my HR system and I say to the HR system, my home office is in Lagos, there's a conference in Abuja. If I want to attend this conference in Abuja, am I allowed to drive my car there or not? And the AI will go and look at all the travel policies, and it might come back and say, based on your role, based on your function, based on your seniority, you are not allowed to drive, you are allowed to fly. Then it will also tell you when you fly, these are the airlines that we use as an organization. Where can you book economy? Where can you book business class? So that capability is already there. Any policy that you have, put it on SharePoint. When employees ask a question, when the AI responds, it actually gives you a link to where the policy is, talking about updates. So it will say to you, this is the source of what I'm telling you. Click on this link to go to the actual policy. So that link, in this case, the AI will not know. If the policy is version 4.2.1, the AI will not know if there's a version 4.6.8, except if we put that online, right? So as long as we've got the right policy online, and this is our responsibility. Now, this is part of the governance that we spoke about earlier on, ensuring that data where we need to is always up to date. So somebody in HR or in the travel office will have the responsibility to ensure that whenever the policy is reviewed, the updated policy is in the right place. Okay, thank you.
Is this default on the current SF SaaS platform?
Yes. So there's a slide that I showed up indicating all the AI use cases that we have. All those use cases are available today as we speak. You need to do some setup on your side. So the setup includes things like, is everybody answer is yes, and you determine who are the people who are going to use AI. Another part of setup is SAP has got all this AI available. So let's talk about a piece of AI learning that we call learning recommendation, where the AI looks at my role, it looks at my performance, and it says, look, you are expected to be a 4/5 in terms of proficiency for time management, but you are a 3. And the AI will go to your training catalog, find that can help me to improve my proficiency from a 3 to a 5. That use case, obviously, if you don't have learning activated, it's not going to work. So that's the kind of setup that we need to do on our side as customers. But everything that we were describing here, as far as the SAP solution is concerned, all that is available. When you work with Ephenova, your partner, they'll then be able to say to you, oh, you want this use case, this is the configuration that needs to be in the setup, this is other pieces that need to be in the system in order for you to use that AI use case. Another question?
Just to add a bit to the question he asked. So you're saying, aside from the predefined setup, you can also create your setup. So for example, you want to limit the access to AI to employees on full license, not on functional license. You can create that setup yourself.
The answer is yes. So that control is within, is part of your governance, right? To determine who does what in the organization. So what we make available from SAP side is to say, these are all the AI use cases available. This is the dependency for the AI use cases. This is the value you are going to get out of those AI use cases. But whether employee X or employee Y has got access to the AI, the same way with a mobile access, that was within our control. This is becoming like a boxing match now.
And you're the victim.
Okay, I promise the last one. The agent that you have, are they extensible?
The answer to that is yes. So what we deliver as part of what we call embedded AI, you can come and create your own AI use case, or you can come and extend those use cases. And when we talk about extending those use cases, this is when we begin to talk about low code or no code. And in most instances, we always say, please get the experts from Ephenova to help you to extend the AI use cases. Take them through your own governance processes internally. Make sure that you have got the stamp of approval, also for cybersecurity, for updates, for all things. But the answer is yes. You can also come and create your own use case that is custom. You can create one from scratch. And the advantage of doing it within the success factor system is that the success factor system already knows who are the employees that you have, what do they do, what are they allowed to do, what data are they allowed to see, if you have got reports, what reports can they see. So when you build your own custom AI within the success factors environment, you don't lose any of those controls that you have from an HR perspective. Okay.
No other questions? Great. Anyone else? Okay, so I think it's time for us to go refresh ourselves, refresh our brains, and get ready for a quick foray into the systems, and then the panelists, as we said. So please, the refreshments out there, please let's just go have a little break. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes. It's 11:22, so back in about 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor. Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experiences. Fortunately, solutions like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP SuccessFactors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key, allowing companies to identify high potential talent, offer growth paths, and create a culture of learning and advancement. And for onboarding, SuccessFactors offers the onboarding module, which delivers a digital, personalized experience that makes new hires feel connected and supported from day one for a better employee experience. Finally, SuccessFactors empowers organizations to build workplaces where people feel engaged, valued, and ready to grow, because when people thrive, businesses thrive as well. So, thinking about starting your SAP SuccessFactors journey, Ephenova is here to support you every step of the way. Our experienced consultants are ready to guide you through the entire implementation process, ensuring a smooth and successful transition tailored to your business needs. Thank you.
Industry is still growing. Industry is still growing, and a lot of companies are seeing the value, like fintech companies, telecommunication, and even logistics. And a lot of others, data is still underused or even ignored. The truth is, businesses are sitting on gold mines of data, but they are not truly tapping into it. Whether it's customer behavior, sales performance, or even employee productivity, there's so much inside that's being left on the table. It starts with a mindset shift, seeing data not just as numbers, but as strategic assets. Even simple steps like tracking key metrics consistently, visualizing strengths, and asking the right business question can unlock powerful insight. At the end of the day, data doesn't just tell you what happened, it shows you why and what to do next. Data tells you the story. Analytics. In 2024, Domino's Pizza leveraged data analytics to revamp its marketing strategy by integrating online customer data with offline customer data, and they were able to improve promotions and campaigns, which led to 6% increase in revenue and 80% reduction in advertising spend. That's what happens when company uses data and not just stories.
My name is Charles Wonsu, and I'm a senior ERP consultant at Ephenova. At Ephenova, we work closely with small and medium-sized business across Africa. And one thing is clear, while these companies are full of potential, they often face serious challenges when it comes to managing their operations. From disconnected sales, procurement, and finance processes to inventory issues, limited visibility into their cash flow, manual reconciliations, and delayed decision-making. These inefficiencies can limit growth, reduce profitability, and make it difficult to scale. That's where we come in. At Ephenova, we implement a complete integrated ERP solution specifically designed for small and medium businesses. Our strength lies in SAP Business One, SAP Business by Design, and ERP cloud solution tailored to your size, your budget, and your business goals. One of our ERP solutions for small and medium business is SAP Business One. With SAP Business One, we give your business one connected platform to manage sales, finance, procurement, inventory, production, and reporting seamlessly. What you will gain? You will gain real-time access to critical business data, accurate financial reports and dashboards, better inventory and supply chain control, automated processes to free up your team's time, and the flexibility to throw with confidence. Whether you're a manufacturing company, a trading business, or in services, we will help you to unlock the power of data and processes. At Ephenova, we don't just install software. We partner with you to drive transformation. We have deep experience in implementing and supporting ERP solutions for small and medium enterprises just like yours. If you are ready for a system that is simple, scalable, and built for growth, talk to us today. Let's build your future together.
Payroll is a process of calculating and distributing employee wages. It includes tracking and calculating pay, deducting taxes and benefits, and ensuring employees are paid accurately and on time. Managing payroll can be time-consuming, stressful, and prone to error, especially as your team grows. Payroll isn't just about paying salaries. It involves tax calculation, compliance, benefits, and accurate record keeping, all of which requires time, attention, and precision. Smart Payroll is a comprehensive cloud-based payroll solution designed to simplify, automate, and accelerate the entire payroll process for businesses of all sizes. With real-time data processing, compliance, and with local tax laws, automated payslip generation, and employee self-service features. Smart Payroll reduces administrative burden and human error. These are the benefits of Smart Payroll: automated calculation, secure cloud access anytime, anywhere, fast and accurate processing, improved compliance and reporting, a user-friendly dashboard for both HR and employees. With Smart Payroll, you are not just managing payroll, you are transforming it. Spend less time on paperwork and more time building your business. Smart Payroll, simplify payroll, amplify performance.
Healthcare is one of the most vital systems in any society, but it is also one of the most strained. From overburdened hospitals to fragmented data systems and gaps in accessibility, the challenges in healthcare are real and they're affecting millions every day. Here, we're not just using technology, but we are innovators. We are designing solutions to bridge these gaps. Our goal is simple: to position ourselves as a key technology company in the healthcare sector by helping to modernize how healthcare is delivered, is accessed, and is managed. Some of the recurring problems we see in the healthcare industry include limited access to timely care, disconnected systems that don't talk to each other, high workloads for providers with too little support, a lack of real-time data that can drive better outcomes, amongst many others. Imagine digital platforms that empower clinics, web and mobile applications that make healthcare accessible, and back-end systems that give providers more time to focus on patients and not just paperwork. Here at Ephenova, we aim to build reusable, inclusive digital systems that make healthcare smarter, faster, and fairer. Our focus is on collaboration and meaningful impact, not disruption for its own sake, as we work to shape the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experiences. Fortunately, solutions like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP SuccessFactors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key, allowing companies to identify high potential talent, offer growth paths, and create a culture of learning and advancement. And for onboarding, SuccessFactors offers the onboarding module, which delivers a digital, personalized experience that makes new hires feel connected and supported from day one for a better employee experience. Finally, SuccessFactors empowers organizations to build workplaces where people feel engaged, valued, and ready to grow, because when people thrive, businesses thrive as well. So, thinking about starting your SAP SuccessFactors journey, Ephenova is here to support you every step of the way. Our experienced consultants are ready to guide you through the entire implementation process, ensuring a smooth and successful transition tailored to your business needs. Thank you.
Industry is still growing. Industry is still growing, and a lot of companies are seeing the value, like fintech companies, telecommunication, and even logistics. And a lot of others, data is still underused or even ignored. The truth is, businesses are sitting on gold mines of data, but they are not truly tapping into it. Whether it's customer behavior, sales performance, or even employee productivity, there's so much inside that's being left on the table. It starts with a mindset shift, seeing data not just as numbers, but as strategic assets. Even simple steps like tracking key metrics consistently, visualizing strengths, and asking the right business question can unlock powerful insight. At the end of the day, data doesn't just tell you what happened, it shows you why and what to do next. Data tells you the story. Analytics. In 2024, Domino's Pizza leveraged data analytics to revamp its marketing strategy by integrating online customer data with offline customer data, and they were able to improve promotions and campaign, which led to 6% increase in revenue and 80% reduction in advertising spend. That's what happens when company uses data and not just stories.
My name is Charles Wonso, and I'm a senior ERP consultant at Ephenova. At Ephenova, we work closely with small and medium-sized business across Africa. And one thing is clear, while these companies are full of potential, they often face serious challenges when it comes to managing their operations. From disconnected sales, procurement, and finance processes to inventory issues, limited visibility into their cash flow, manual reconciliations, and delayed decision-making. These inefficiencies can limit growth, reduce profitability, and make it difficult to scale. That's where we come in. At Ephenova, we implement a complete integrated ERP solution specifically designed for small and medium businesses. Our strength lies in SAP Business One, SAP Business by Design, and ERP cloud solution tailored to your size, your budget, and your business goals. One of our ERP solutions for small and medium business is SAP Business One. With SAP Business One, we give your business one connected platform to manage sales, finance, procurement, inventory, production, and reporting seamlessly. What you will gain? You will gain real-time access to critical business data, accurate financial reports and dashboards, better inventory and supply chain control, automated processes to free up your team's time, and the flexibility to throw with confidence. Whether you're a manufacturing company, a trading business, or in services, we will help you to unlock the power of data and processes. At Ephenova, we don't just install software. We partner with you to drive transformation. We have deep experience in implementing and supporting ERP solutions for small and medium enterprises just like yours. If you are ready for a system that is simple, scalable, and built for growth, talk to us today. Let's build your future together.
Payroll is a process of calculating and distributing employee wages. It includes tracking and calculating pay, deducting taxes and benefits, and ensuring employees are paid accurately and on time. Managing payroll can be time-consuming, stressful, and prone to error, especially as your team grows. Payroll isn't just about paying salaries. It involves tax calculation, compliance, benefits, and accurate record keeping, all of which requires time, attention, and precision. Smart Payroll is a comprehensive cloud-based payroll solution designed to simplify, automate, and accelerate the entire payroll process for businesses of all sizes. With real-time data processing, compliance, and with local tax laws, automated payslip generation, and employee self-service features. Smart Payroll reduces administrative burden and human error. These are the benefits of Smart Payroll: automated calculation, secure cloud access anytime, anywhere, fast and accurate processing, improved compliance and reporting, a user-friendly dashboard for both HR and employees. With Smart Payroll, you are not just managing payroll, you are transforming it. Spend less time on paperwork and more time building your business. Smart Payroll, simplify payroll, amplify performance.
Healthcare is one of the most vital systems in any society, but it is also one of the most strained. From overburdened hospitals to fragmented data systems and gaps in accessibility, the challenges in healthcare are real and they're affecting millions every day. Here, we're not just using technology, but we are innovators. We are designing solutions to bridge these gaps. Our goal is simple: to position ourselves as a key technology company in the healthcare sector, by helping to modernize how healthcare is delivered, is accessed, and is managed. Some of the recurring problems we see in the healthcare industry include limited access to timely care, disconnected systems that don't talk to each other, high workloads for providers with too little support, a lack of real-time data that can drive better outcomes, amongst many others. Imagine digital platforms that empower clinics, web and mobile applications that make healthcare accessible, and back-end systems that give providers more time to focus on patients and not just paperwork. Here at Ephenova, we aim to build reusable, inclusive digital systems that make healthcare smarter, faster, and fairer. Our focus is on collaboration and meaningful impact, not disruption for its own sake, as we work to shape the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experiences. Fortunately, solutions like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP SuccessFactors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key, allowing companies to identify high potential talent, offer growth paths, and create a culture of learning and advancement. And for onboarding, SuccessFactors offers the onboarding module, which delivers a digital, personalized experience that makes new hires feel connected and supported from day one for a better employee experience. Finally, SuccessFactors empowers organizations to build workplaces where people feel engaged, valued, and ready to grow, because when people thrive, businesses thrive as well. So, thinking about starting your SAP SuccessFactors journey, Ephenova is here to support you every step of the way. Our experienced consultants are ready to guide you through the entire implementation process, ensuring a smooth and successful transition tailored to your business needs. Thank you.
Industry is still growing. Industry is still growing, and a lot of companies are seeing the value, like fintech companies, telecommunication, and even logistics. And a lot of others, data is still underused or even ignored. The truth is, businesses are sitting on gold mines of data, but they are not truly tapping into it. Whether it's customer behavior, sales performance, or even employee productivity, there's so much inside that's being left on the table. It starts with a mindset shift, seeing data not just as numbers, but as strategic assets. Even simple steps like tracking key metrics consistently, visualizing strengths, and asking the right business question can unlock powerful insight. At the end of the day, data doesn't just tell you what happened, it shows you why and what to do next. Data tells you the story. Analytics. In 2024, Domino's Pizza leveraged data analytics to refine its marketing strategy by integrating online customer data with offline customer data, and they were able to improve promotions and campaign, which led to 6% increase in revenue and 80% reduction in advertising spend. That's what happens when company uses data and not just stories.
My name is Charles Wonso, and I'm a senior ERP consultant at Ephenova. At Ephenova, we work closely with small and medium-sized business across Africa. And one thing is clear, while these companies are full of potential, they often face serious challenges when it comes to managing their operations, from disconnected sales, procurement, and finance processes to inventory issues, limited visibility into their cash flow, manual reconciliations, and delayed decision-making. These inefficiencies can limit growth, reduce profitability, and make it difficult to scale. That's where we're coming. At Ephenova, we implement a complete integrated ERP solution specifically designed for small and medium businesses. Our strength lies in SAP Business One, SAP Business by Design, and ERP cloud solution tailored to your size, your budget, and your business goals. one of our ERP solutions for small and medium business is SAP Business One. With SAP Business One, we give your business one connected platform to manage sales, finance, procurement, inventory, production, and reporting seamlessly. What you will gain? You will gain real-time access to critical business data, accurate financial reports and dashboards, better inventory and supply chain control, automated processes to free up your team's time, and the flexibility to throw with confidence. Whether you're a manufacturing company, a trading business, or in services, we will help you to unlock the power of data and processes. At Ephenova, we don't just install software. We partner with you to drive transformation. We have deep experience in implementing and supporting ERP solutions for small and medium enterprises just like yours. If you are ready for a system that is simple, scalable, and built for growth, talk to us today. Let's build your future together.
Payroll is a process of calculating and distributing employee wages. It includes tracking and calculating pay, deducting taxes and benefits, and ensuring employees are paid accurately and on time. Managing payroll can be time-consuming, stressful, and prone to error, especially as your team grows. Payroll isn't just about paying salaries. It involves tax calculation, compliance, benefits, and accurate record keeping, all of which requires time, attention, and precision. Smart Payroll is a comprehensive cloud-based payroll solution designed to simplify, automate, and accelerate the entire payroll process for businesses of all sizes. With real-time data processing, compliance, and with local tax laws, automated payslip generation, and employee self-service features. Smart Payroll reduces administrative burden and human error. These are the benefits of Smart Payroll: automated calculation, secure cloud access anytime, anywhere, fast and accurate processing, improved compliance and reporting, a user-friendly dashboard for both HR and employees. With Smart Payroll, you are not just managing payroll, you are transforming it. Spend less time on paperwork and more time building your business. Smart Payroll, simplify payroll, amplify performance.
Healthcare is one of the most vital systems in any society, but it is also one of the most strained. From overburdened hospitals to fragmented data systems and gaps in accessibility, the challenges in healthcare are real and they're affecting millions every day. Here, we're not just using technology, but we are innovators. We are designing solutions to bridge these gaps. Our goal is simple: to position ourselves as a key technology company in the healthcare sector, by helping to modernize how healthcare is delivered, is accessed, and is managed. Some of the recurring problems we see in the healthcare industry include limited access to timely care, disconnected systems that don't talk to each other, high workloads for providers with too little support, a lack of real-time data that can drive better outcomes, amongst many others. Imagine digital platforms that empower clinics, web and mobile applications that make healthcare accessible, and back-end systems that give providers more time to focus on patients and not just paperwork. Here at Ephenova, we aim to build reusable, inclusive digital systems that make healthcare smarter, faster, and fairer. Our focus is on collaboration and meaningful impact, not disruption for its own sake, as we work to shape the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experience.
Companies are full of potential. They often face serious challenges when it comes to managing their operations, from disconnected sales, procurement, and finance processes to inventory issues, limited visibility into your cash flow, manual reconciliations, and delayed decision making. These inefficiencies can limit growth, reduce profitability, and make it difficult to scale. That's where we're coming. At Ephenova, we implement a complete integrated ERP solution specifically designed for small and medium businesses. Our strength lies in SAP Business One, SAP Business by Design, and ERP cloud solution tailored to your size, your budget, and your business goals. One of our ERP solutions for small and medium business is SAP Business One. With SAP Business One, we give your business one connected platform to manage sales, finance, procurement, inventory, production, and reporting seamlessly. What you will gain? You will gain real-time access to critical business data, accurate financial reports and dashboards, better inventory and supply chain control, automated processes to free up your team's time, and the flexibility to throw with confidence. Whether you're a manufacturing company, a trading business, or in services, we will help you to unlock the power of data and processes. At Ephenova, we don't just install software. We partner with you to drive transformation. We have deep experience in implementing and supporting ERP solutions for small and medium enterprises just like yours. If you are ready for a system that is simple, scalable, and built for growth, talk to us today. Let's build your future together.
Payroll is a process of calculating and distributing employee wages. It includes tracking and calculating pay, deducting taxes and benefits, and ensuring employees are paid accurately and on time. Managing payroll can be time-consuming, stressful, and prone to error, especially as your team grows. Payroll isn't just about paying salaries. It involves tax calculation, compliance, benefits, and accurate record keeping, all of which requires time, attention, and precision. Smart Payroll is a comprehensive cloud-based payroll solution designed to simplify, automate, and accelerate the entire payroll process for businesses of all sizes. With real-time data processing, compliance, and with local tax laws, automated payslip generation, and employee self-service features. Smart Payroll reduces administrative burden and human error. These are the benefits of Smart Payroll: automated calculation, secure cloud access anytime, anywhere, fast and accurate processing, improved compliance and reporting, a user-friendly dashboard for both HR and employees. With Smart Payroll, you are not just managing payroll, you are transforming it. Spend less time on paperwork and more time building your business. Smart Payroll, simplify payroll, amplify performance.
Healthcare is one of the most vital systems in any society, but it is also one of the most strained. From overburdened hospitals to fragmented data systems and gaps in accessibility, the challenges in healthcare are real and they are affecting millions every day. Here, we're not just using technology, but we are innovators. We are designing solutions to bridge these gaps. Our goal is simple: to position ourselves as a key technology company in the healthcare sector, by helping to modernize how healthcare is delivered, is accessed, and is managed. Some of the recurring problems we see in the healthcare industry include limited access to timely care, disconnected systems that don't talk to each other, high workloads for providers with too little support, a lack of real-time data that can drive better outcomes, amongst many others. Imagine digital platforms that empower clinics, web and mobile applications that make healthcare accessible, and back-end systems that give providers more time to focus on patients and not just paperwork. Here at Ephenova, we aim to build reusable, inclusive digital systems that make healthcare smarter, faster, and fairer. Our focus is on collaboration and meaningful impact, not disruption for its own sake, as we work to shape the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experiences. Fortunately, solutions like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP SuccessFactors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key.
Events. We don't want to keep you here longer than necessary. So can we have all the participants that are outside, if they could please just start making their way back in so we can continue in a little while.
Hi everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates,
need to move it out of the way.
onboarding experiences.
Is that yours?
Fortunately, solutions
that's
like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP SuccessFactors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key, allowing companies to identify high potential talent, offer growth paths, and create a culture of learning and advancement. And for onboarding, SuccessFactors offers the onboarding module, which delivers a digital, personalized experience that makes new hires feel connected and supported from day one for a better employee experience. Finally, SuccessFactors empowers organizations to build workplaces where people feel engaged, valued, and ready to grow, because when people thrive, businesses thrive as well. So, thinking about starting your SAP SuccessFactors journey, Ephenova is here to support you every step of the way. Our experienced consultants are ready to guide you through the entire implementation process, ensuring a smooth and successful transition tailored to your business needs. Thank you.
Industry is still growing. Industry is still growing, and a lot of companies are seeing the value, like fintech companies, telecommunication, and even logistics. And a lot of others, data is still underused or even ignored. The truth is, businesses are sitting on gold mines of data, but they are not truly tapping into it. Whether it's customer behavior, sales performance, or even employee productivity, there's so much inside that's being left on the table. It starts with a mindset shift, seeing data not just as numbers, but as strategic assets. Even simple steps like tracking key metrics consistently, visualizing strengths, and asking the right business question can unlock powerful insight. At the end of the day, data doesn't just tell you what happened, it shows you why and what to do next. Data tells you the story. Analytics. In 2024, Domino's Pizza leveraged data analytics to refine its marketing strategy by integrating online customer data with offline customer data, and they were able to improve promotions and campaign, which led to 6% increase in revenue and 80% reduction in advertising spend. That's what happens when company uses AI and not just it.
My name is Charles Wonsu, and I'm a senior ERP consultant at Ephenova. At Ephenova, we work closely with small and medium-sized business across Africa. And one thing is clear, while these companies are full of
Thank you very
potential,
much,
they often
everyone.
face serious
I think
challenges
everyone can
when
take
it
their
comes to
seats
managing their
while
operations.
right now, we just want to have a quick dive into exactly what the AI tool is doing in success factors. And I'm going to invite Adelola Alao, who will be leading this section of the program. Can we just have
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Can you all tell that I'm very shy and scared? No, okay, then I'm doing a good job. Okay, so before we get to the system demos, I just want to do a quick survey around the room based on everything that we've learned so far. I think we have a good idea of why we're here, what we're talking about. I'm just waiting for tech assist to help with the clicker. But I think maybe you can help me navigate. Okay, great. So if we can just take out our phones and scan the QR code to take us to take us to where we need to be essentially. We just want to take a quick poll on certain vital issues, right, that have to do with what we are talking about today. So I have a fake price for anybody that gets to the page first. Emphasis on fake. Okay, there you go. I'll get my assistant to get you a gift. Okay, fake gift. All right. So just let me know. Signal once you get to the space. You should get to a space that says that there are no polls or whatever available right now. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Chief. Once Chief is ready, then I think we can go. Chief is using AI, so he has asked Siri to take him there. All right. Can we move on, or are we still trying to get to the page? Okay, I think almost everyone is there now. All right, excellent. So can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, next. Okay, so we just want to know, for example, in 2025, we're all HR leaders here, right? Or HR practitioners. In our environment where we are, among the options here, what are top challenges in 2025? So just select and click on submit, and we should see the results coming in a couple of seconds. Okay, employee engagement. Okay, attracting and retaining top talent is taking the lead. Any other answers coming in? Okay, I think attracting and retaining top talent seems to be the biggest pain in 2025. Okay, so blowing my horn here, I'm a top talent. Anybody wants to hire me? Okay, all right. I'm trying to solve our problem here quickly. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Can yes, please. Don't worry, we can solve that problem. That's a good problem to have. That's the type of problem I want to have. Oh, by the way, I'm saying this with my bosses in the room, so please don't put me in trouble. Thank you. All right. Oh, we're still going live. Okay, but it still seems like attracting and retaining top talent is one of the biggest issues that we have. So I don't know if someone in the audience can just quickly tell me their views on this. Is it that we don't have the top talent, or we can't just get them, or we cannot keep them? What do we think is the real underlying problem? Yes. Cultural mismatch. Okay, so we get the top talent and then they come in and then there's a mismatch and then we can't hold on to them. Am I interpreting that right? Okay, so what do you think we need to do? Does the organization, hold on, sir, I'm coming to you, sir. Does the organization need to change their culture, or does the person coming in need to adjust to the culture? What do you think? Yes. The culture of the organization with your own. Okay, all right. Sorry, Ma. Let me quickly, because he raised his hand first. Sir, go ahead. Yes. What do you think is the underlying issue and why this is the most popular?
The talent pool nationally,
Yes.
even globally, has contracted badly. Or should I say, no, sorry, bad is a wrong word to use, that's a bit strong, but has contracted significantly, right? We don't have, nationally, I don't like to use the word locally, nationally, we don't have enough because you've had most of them done this JAPA, right? They've migrated out. So,
Sir, basically, it's just me and you left in the country
that's
at
number
this
one.
point. Okay.
Exactly. And let's even say now, the world is a global village,
Yes.
more than ever before,
Yes.
right? But the fact remains that now, what then do you do to be able to attract these people to come down, right?
Come back?
Well, not to, no. These days, because they have families and everything, they can't relocate because of you. You know the reality of the economy,
Yes.
for sure. That's also a challenge. So the idea then is to kind of what's it called now? To have them, what do you
Grow
call it?
your own?
No. Excuse me. What do you use?
Can someone quickly ask ChatGPT?
Yeah. There's a word I'm using for a particular word for it. To not to rotate, but to eh? Yeah, working
virtually, remote work.
Not just working virtually, but to do hybrid, and of course also to rotate between what's it called now? There's a word for it. Between the location, right, and to commute. Sorry, commuters.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
To commute between residents, right, and the place of work. Okay. So you need to deal with that and be sure that you can handle that bit of it. And there's a cost to that also too as well. But let me wrap it up. Is the fact that today we are fishing in not just a depleted national pool, we are also fishing in a globally challenged, what's it called now, pool as well. Also,
yes.
Exactly. So again, you have to have the amount of money that can get somebody from Canada to leave his job there to come and join you and to be able to commute between Canada and Nigeria all the time. Maybe even on a 2 months, 2 months in, 1 month off. You know what that means? Exactly. And that means that for 1 month, you don't see him. What he's doing that you don't know, but you are
paying. Yes. Okay. Yes. Once the person it becomes a bigger problem. Thank you so much. There's one more person that, okay, before I get to you. Yes, Lee. Yes. Before COVID. Yes.
Sorry.
It's because I'm in a space where I think our culture is beautiful because we have people go and come back to the organization. So we are doing something right. I speak to that. But The challenge of bringing them in is to know what they want and how to manage them to even produce or give good results. He was speaking, I think the word he was looking for was digital nomads. If you're not willing to understand and accept that that is the reality of work today, you won't get nothing. You will get people who other people have selected, and you will get the ones that everybody has finished picking, and they will be in your system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Over there.
Thank you. So my name is Ngozi. I work with Business Day as a labor markets research analyst. So based on observation and the work I do, where I read a lot of reports and stuff like that, I feel like the issue is that the workforce now, they feel they have options. They probably want to be on their own. They probably look at people who are successful, online, the TikTokers. They make,
like
yes,
me.
yes. So that's why I feel that's why it's looking like they don't have the skills, because they are not really interested. At times they get invitation to interviews and they don't show up, or maybe they get they don't communicate, because already there's this growing disinterest with corporates, structured environments and all that. But unfortunately, it may not work out for them, because I feel like this sort of things is causing depression, in that generation. I even recently read something about this so-called digital normal thing. I learned that it's really isolating people. I read it recently, yes. So these are
For
the
those who are
issues.
working in Canada, they have no friends,
Yeah,
essentially.
So, people are wanting the fully remote thing, but at the end of the day, it's really making them even a bit sadder, depressed.
So I think the summary of everything is whatever line we decide to, whatever path we decide to take in order to correct or fix or adjust, there will always be a trade-off. There will be something that we'll have to sacrifice in order to get something. So I think at the end of the day, what works for the organization, what path helps the organization grow, and turn around whatever current issue they are facing as regards to this. Okay, let's take one more poll. Okay, let me ask Chief, has experience with the clicker. Okay, I think, let's see if I can, okay. Okay, so we should, all right. Can we all see this on our phones? If you can't, you can reconnect using the QR code on the far left. Okay, so when you think of modern HR, what's the first word that comes to your mind? So I think the most popular word would be the biggest, and the word cloud. So let's see. Digital, HR, digital, okay. Dynamic, people and culture, transitioning, employee welfare. I like this. I like employee welfare. I don't know why it's small. It should be big. Okay, so digital seems to be the big word here. Okay. More humane. Wow. Very interesting that we have a situation with AI where AI is trying to check if you are treating it like a machine or a human, and humans are having that same problem. Okay, employee welfare. Now we are talking, yes, I'm all for employee welfare. Automation. Okay, so I think we have our key drivers here. So if anybody is thinking, when I get back to my organization, what are the key things I need to pay attention to? I think you have your answer here without having to pay any data farm or any data data system. There you go. Automation, employee welfare, and digital. Excellent. Okay, let's do one more. Are we down for one more before we go? Okay. Okay. Wow. If only AI could fix our light problem, that would be excellent. Okay, let's give it a couple of seconds. Few more seconds. We're up. Okay. All right. Okay. How prepared is your HR function to adopt tools like AI? Now that we've gone through Chief's orientation on AI and the HR space, I'm hoping that our orientations have changed today and we are more interested in implementing AI and automation tools in our system. So some of us are already implementing AI tools. That's excellent. I think that's the best news I've heard today. Interested but not ready. That's okay. Interested but not ready. In testing pilot phase. Okay, good. Okay, I'm very, very glad that there's 0 and 0 here because I think we would have failed in our jobs if nobody should click that right now, please. Let's keep our reputation high and up. Okay. All right. Excellent. So I think this is a good indication, right, for everyone in the room that we are all at the very least positive about our thoughts on AI and the implementation of AI. Thank you everyone for taking this survey. All right. So this is the part that they didn't pay me for. Now I'm going to the part that I was actually paid for. Okay. So please can you help me switch? Thank you. All right. So today, just as before the panelists come in and discuss, the real, matters and co, I just want to take a few minutes to kind of simulate some of the things that Chief talked about, right? AI in a controlled HR system. So as you know, we are partners with SAP, and we in Ephenova, among other automated tools and automated systems, we also deploy success factors for our clients. And I want to use 2 seconds to recognize some of our friends in Ephenova here, in persons of Mr. David, Mr. Sylvester, and Mr. Williams of Nestle. They are fantastic customers and partners of Ephenova. I also want to quickly recognize Mrs. England and Oyebola of Dangote, who are also here with us. Thank you for being here. They are also wonderful customers of Ephenova. And these people, they are not just, excellent customers, they are also drivers and influencers of digital change in their environment. And I'm so happy that they are here to, work with us and listen to us and eat our chicken and sandwich to, and collaborate with us on this. Okay. So now that I've paid homage to the elders of the land, let me just quickly scroll through this to be a quick 5 minutes, hopefully, just to simulate 1 or 2 clips where we see AI in success factors in action, and we see different areas in which, that works. So I was going to give a whole speech, but Chief has taken care of that, so I'm just going to skip all of it. We've seen Joule, as embedded AI and as a co-pilot. So the same way, we talk to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT, questions or actions that you want to take. The AI embedded in success factors does that. So let's take a look at a few scenarios. This is a typical employee or an employer and employee scenario, right? We know our typical HR life cycle is hire to fire. In between hire and firing, there's a lot that goes on, right? Personnel management, learning management, help me guys, performance management, what else? Learning, succession. There we go, masterclass. So in all of this, right, we see how AI can definitely help us, both the employee and the employer, line managers, HR admin, decision makers in the organization when it comes to the human resource, how AI can help them, do their daily tasks, repetitive tasks, things that you don't have to spend so much time, doing because they become mundane or, all sorts of things. So for example, we have like different personas here, right? And for example, you have a manager who needs to create a position. You have a HR admin who has to enhance job description, resume skills, interference by candidates, matching skills to, the right talent. We talked about attracting the right people, right? Interview questions, generation in MS Teams. I think somebody talked about extending the AI, for example. So maybe we'll see something like that. I'm not sure yet, but we'll get there. You have provide interview feedback. So AI can help us, help all these personas do all these things. And what's the objective? For you to achieve these goals faster, more efficiently, and even somebody who is just getting into the system can do their job like they have 5 years experience. How many of us have been given tasks to do and we know that we were not qualified to do it, but somehow we submitted at record time and the boss is happy, but he does not know that you took what we shouldn't call shortcuts. Okay, so a quick story. Ade, one of our directors in Ephenova, a couple of weeks ago, called me up and said, Lola, I need you to do so, and so. And of course, you can never tell your boss, no, I cannot do it. So I said, okay, sir, and went home and asked my boyfriend at home. His name is Chat. And I said, please do so, and so for me. Came back the next day, and they was shocked. I was expecting you to, I said, what do you take me for? You pay me money to. Thank God. He's just finding out the secret. That was weeks ago. I've done the job. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay, so let's move on. So let's take this lady as an example. HR admin, she wants to enhance a job description. So let's give a backstory, right? She's about to push out a job requisition, right? She needs to get somebody to fill a role, right? And she wants to put the job description, the job summary. And there's only so much you can do, especially if it's not something you do every day, right? Putting a job description, for those of us who are deep into recruiting, we know how daunting that task is, right? So let's see how AI can make this easier for us. So over here on this clip, I hope those on the right can see, you can see her, clicking on job requisition, and under that, she already has what she had put before, right? As this is the metadata of the job description, and she's going to the job profile. So this is a mundane description of the job, right? And now she's asking the embedded AI in SuccessFactors to enhance that job description before she pushes it out. So we can see AI doing that, and we can see the difference between the current and the generated. More, concise, covers more ground and all of that, right? And then I can accept what has been given, and that will be sent to the job description before it is pushed out to job sites and the rest of them, okay? Something that would take me 3 days on a normal day trying to do research, what does this job entail, blah, 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 in seconds is done. And I can move on with my life, right? Okay, let's look at another scenario. You have where a manager has to prepare for, come again, yeah, go ahead. Yes, you can edit. We will see, I think I have a clip of, something in that area, but yes, you can edit and make changes to, further, fit what you want and before you send out, okay? So here you have a manager, that is preparing for interviews for, let's say, the streamlined list of candidates that have submitted, their application and co, right? So over here, as you can see, this is a MS Teams environment, right? And SuccessFactors with the AI enablement is embedded in that MS environment. And you can see the applicant's information, right? And then you can see the opportunity to evaluate the interview right after the interview, okay? So it's working. Okay, I think I need to take that back. Okay, can someone help me with the play button on the video? My clicker doesn't see. So go back and click play on the video. Can someone help him, please? Okay, so while they're trying to get that working, essentially what happens there is in that space, the generative AI capability in there gives the manager a suggestion, recommendations of questions that he can ask the interviewee, right? Right even before the meeting, so he can prep with professional standard types of questions that fit that role. So the AI is going to the candidate. Remember, the success factors, like I said, is through and through. So the candidates have their information already, the job that they have applied for. Mr. David, I think I've caught your bug because I'm trying to get words in my head. So the candidate has a job that they've applied for, right? They have the position and all of that. We saw how we put the job description. So the AI takes all of those things into consideration, looks at the level, all of that, and then suggests or recommends questions, right, that you can ask the applicant during the interview. So you can extract that and have that ready and ask the right questions that fit not just the applicant, but the applicant's level, according to the job description and all of those things. And that can be sent back to success factors, right? Because it's an integrated back and forth system. Okay, I think this is about to happen now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can see they clicked on generate interview. So you can see all the questions, suggestion questions that the AI has suggested for the manager to ask the employee right before they even set up the meeting. And in the same space, the manager after the meeting can put his or her feedback, right, or the interview, how he feels about the candidate's performance in the interview and all of that, all in one integrated space. I think that's fantastic. Okay, so let's move on. So this is another scenario where we are looking at the employee journey, right? For goal management and co, right? So we all know sorry, I missed that. Yes.
So the interview questions, is it available for all the whole interviewers? When you're setting up the interview, aside from the hiring manager of the prospective candidates, you can also still choose like other interviewers. So
Yeah. So remember that all those, okay, let's paint the picture, right? This is a virtual interview, right? All the people that are going to interview this person, they're all going to have their MS Teams integrated with success factors. So they all own and have the right to ask the AI bot to generate questions. Yes, exactly. So they will all have the same personalized experience, right, with their systems. Hope I covered that. Okay. So for goals management, I think this is another major daunting task, especially for employees if it's a top-down. Okay, do you want to ask a question? Mm-hmm.
Question does that, right? And following the interview, they provide feedback. That feedback is pushed back into the profile of that job description on success factors.
On
Right?
success factors.
Okay.
Because the information is going back and forth, yes. So it depends on the modules that you have available, right, on the platform. So for example, you have recruiting marketing, you have RCM, right? RCM holds the job description, all of those things. So definitely information is going to go back, because remember that after the interview, whoever is in charge, the HR admin, has to move from that spot to selecting who he prefers to come for a second interview, or propose for hiring. So all that information has to go back before you make your decision and then move on.
And just to clarify, that specific feedback from the panelists can also be featured in whatever interview report that you can generate on success factors.
That I'm not sure. I have to confirm that. I can confirm that and get back to you on that. Okay? Thank you. All right. Can we carry on? All right. So, like I was saying, right, goals management is one of the other daunting tasks, right, that we have in human resource management, both top down and bottom up, right? So, for the organizations where goals management is these are your goals, cascade down, and there are other organizations where the employees are given the opportunity to put in their goals, and then it goes up for approval before it is, set in stone. Either direction you're going is still a daunting task. So, for example, AI in this scenario can help an employee. This is a case of, an employee doing, creating his or her goals. So here we can see the employee creating, their managing or creating their own goals, and we can see how AI can help fast track that process. Okay, so here you're creating a new goal and you're essentially typing the way you would chat with ChatGPT, right? I want to create this goal, and the employee is given the goal and the timeline, because that's the whole essence of goals, right? There, it has to be achieved within a certain time period. And with that, it generates the goal name and assumes all of these things that you can edit, right, as the employee before you send it forward. Another thing it has done is it has broken down that goal into 3 subtasks, right? Because you can't achieve everything in one blow. You expect you to break it down and achieve this aspect by this time, this aspect by this time, and that aspect by that time. And everything that has been set up can be edited by the employee before, sending it out. So those are the ways in which, all these daunting tasks become less, well, daunting. I was looking for another word, but they become less daunting, right? And you are able to achieve all of these goals quicker and faster. Let's see. Okay, so I think, I don't know if it was Chief or someone that talked about learning, right? So this, for example, is another area in which AI can support the employee, right, in learning. So like we said, success factors is a full suite, covers employee central, people management, talent management, performance goals and all of that, and also covers learning in name of learning management systems. So what AI does in this scenario, for example, right, is this the AI has studied, for a lack of better word, right, studied the employee goals, the employees track, track to succession, all of those things. What do you need in order to skill up to achieve this goal? What do you need in order to skill up to become a candidate for promotion? What do you need, well, not to lose your job, right? All of those things. So it studies you the same way our TikTok studies us and starts to recommend videos, right, that suits our preference. So you see personalized recommendations of learning courses that the employee can take, right? And with that you get badges, proof of being upskilling in this area and that area, and all that information feeds back to the employee profile, because there's the area where you see all the employees learning, all the courses the employee has taken, and you have information about the skills of the employee. So this is one of the areas in which AI helps that endeavor also. Okay, so this is for feedback writing. I'm just going to quickly go through this. Again, I think we were talking about editing and changing the tone and all of that for, what AI has sent. Sorry, let me just get through this and then I'll come to you. Okay, so you can see here somebody putting feedback to his or her mentor in the organization, right? And you first of all put in what you want to say, and then the employee or the user can now use the embedded AI in the system to, for example, change the tone of the message, regenerate the message, make it sound more professional, all of that. So you can put in your thoughts the way you know how to put it or the way it is in your mind. And then you can use the embedded AI to make it sound more professional, sound more, less critical, sound like you're not criticizing the person. I don't want it to be too harsh. All of those things AI can, do for you within the Success Factors platform. Mr. Sylvester.
Yes, I was just trying to confirm in your last slide.
Yes.
I guess the agent can assist with taking the job classification within the organization, marrying that to HR core competencies, and be able to chart a career development path within an organization. I just wanted to confirm that.
Mm-hmm. That is why it is recommending certain, things personalized to person. Remember, I said, for example, now an employee can be on the road or the path to succession, right? The reason why the person isn't there yet could be one of many reasons. It could be that whoever is in that position at the moment hasn't left yet, and it could be that the person who is on track to succession is not yet ripe for that position. What makes the person not ripe? Certain skills are missing, certain certifications haven't been taken, certain qualifications are not readily available, or the person hasn't taken it. Using that as a use case, right? So the bot is analyzing this employee, time and time again, and this happens even with our social media, right? And then starts to recommend courses with those type of goals in mind. Hope that covers. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. I was supposed to be here for 2-3 minutes. Okay. All right. So let's look at performance insights. I'm trying to cover most grounds, right, in our hire to fire process. So in performance here, you can see the manager rating an employee, right? And then you can see based on the ratings, AI is giving a summary of the employee's performance in the different areas that will help you make decisions. Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay, this is fun. I want to promote an employee, right? I go to the co-pilot. Is this playing? Can someone help me confirm if this is playing? Okay. I go to the co-pilot and I say promote Kelechi, and is asking which Kelechi, because there are 3,000 Kelechis in the organization, right? I select the Kelechi that I want, and it's asking, when do you want this change to take effect? I say today. Where do you want me to move this person to? This position or this job code? And it's all of that good stuff. So instead of going through the maneuvers of going through the system and all of that, you can simply ask the AI co-pilot to do this by just conversing with it. So this among many scenarios, right? I think Chief mentioned to us that there are 5,000. Did you say 6 million scenarios, cases 30? Okay, there are so many scenarios that we could, if I go on and on, I'll have to probably get guest rooms for everyone in Movenpick, and that's quite expensive. Adi, do we have the budget for that? We do. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, question before I go. Okay.
Works on trained data. It works on trained data, billions of data that have been trained after testing and trained, and it's a repository of data, and it makes the prediction or generation through past experience when you query the AI chatbot or whatever. And most of us use open systems, which is not necessarily retrained all the time. So looking at what is going on, that things keep on changing. Study has shown that in every field of endeavor, every 5 years, it becomes obsolete. And things are happening in the industry. If we keep on encouraging the employees to use AI, while the technology has changed, how do you think it will not affect the operation of the company adversely? Because most people now, they are becoming lazy by everything. They go to Germany, they go to chatbot, they go to all kinds of AI tools available there. And most of them are open source.
Yeah.
So there is an element of risk while deploying this that you should take into consideration. Otherwise, you can run a $10 billion factory down in one day because of your action.
Okay, all right. So I had a calculated risk that someone was going to ask this question, and unfortunately, my fears have come to life. So thank you very much, sir. So quickly, I will answer that question from a couple of angles. One is that what you've talked about is an environment where data is exposed, is public, it's out there, and the AI, the open AI, are constantly being trained on that data. In this scenario, we are talking about data in a controlled environment, right? In success factors. So the AI is not essentially bringing in data from outside the system, right? To mix with it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the data is always growing live and dynamic because you always have employees in the environment, right? Working, and as they're working year by year, day by day, month by month, data is growing, data is evolving, and the AI is being, working on all of that. The third thing is that the system, any system worth its salt, is not just automated but also controlled. So you have what we call access control, right? Where the owners of the business, the decision makers, can decide who has access to this feature, who has access to this model, who has access to use AI. AI is here to stay. There's nothing we can do about it. So we can, however, control who does what in the system, right? And any company or organization, my personal opinion, I could be wrong, but any organization that will, break down or be destroyed because of AI did not have a good strategic goal or vision or mission in the first place. That's my personal opinion. But I hope that kind of shifts your mindset on the matter. So please, don't discourage your people in your organization to use AI, especially in success factors. Fantastic. Fantastic. Excellent. So thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So in conclusion, you have 80% time savings, time savings, time savings, time savings. We all want to save our time. We work more efficiently, we're able to achieve more, and we get the best out of this new generation that is clashing with old generation like myself. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Chinedu now. Okay, I'm handing over to Yabo now. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay.
I hope that has emphasized exactly how AI can help in your organization. I hope that with that, you would have the right insights and you know what you can do with it and how beneficial it is, especially in terms of increased productivity. If your staff are using less time thinking, imagine if you're thinking about a job requisition and it's taking like 1 hour to do that, and somebody can just quickly do that, then you can redirect that member of staff to do something else rather than them spending the whole day or a couple of days putting in a job requisition. Though, if you done your job right in the first place, your system should have your job information already there. You should have done general, basically, what's it called again? Yeah, well, not an analysis, but your job, each position should have had a description if you've done it first with especially with success factors, you have that. But anyway, that's how AI helps you, and we hope that that has emphasized what we can do. Now I have the pleasure and privilege of inviting our panelists to the stage as we go on to discuss how HR has actually evolved and how, I mean, they're all experienced HR people. We also have somebody who is looking on IT basis and IT, in terms of technology and how that has helped. So I think it should be ladies first as I invite Mrs. England Iat. She is the HR director at Dangote. I welcome her on the stage. Thank you. And then you can sit anywhere you want, ma'am. And then I can invite Mr. Paul Bakari. He is from the director at NLNG, Nigerian Liquid. Is it Nigerian Liquid Gas? Trust me, I don't remember things. Okay. And then we also have here Mr. Sylvester, okay, still getting ready, Mr. David Oye Igbemu, who is the HR director from Nest Oil Group of companies. Or should I say, I don't know, should I just put it as overall group? Obi Jackson Group. But I'm sure people know more about Nest Oil, but Obi Jackson Group. Welcome him on the stage. And then we also have here present Sylvester Shibu. He is the IT person, so he's going to be looking at it from a technology point of view, and he will just get in his mic on. And then we have moderating this whole panelist discussion. Okay, we have Shiv, who's going to also be speaking, so he will soon join the stage once he's gotten there. And moderating the panel, we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Emmanuel Abegunde from He's from JEE, and he would be moderating this whole panel of discussion. And we're basically going to be learning basically from an experience point of view, and they're all experienced HR people here, about how in their various spheres of life, HR has moved and is positioning people, employees, and everything. So I hand over to him as he takes control. Maybe we need a mic. Okay, we'll use the
Hi, everyone. Oh, welcome everyone to the panel session for the Reimagine, let me say Reimagine conference. And I believe that we have all had a very good time starting out since 10 a.m. now. So please give yourself a round of applause. Right. And can you please once again for our moderators, our panelists, let's give them a round of applause. I believe they are going to be sharing quite a number of things with us today that we can take back to work and improve our work process. So the way this will go, I'll ask a few questions from here, just a few, but I will expect more questions to come from the house. So do we do it on Twitter and use an hashtag, or we should have it written down, or we should do a raise of hand? I'm thinking of how technology can enable, this session. Okay, so we'll do the hand raise thing. Okay, so we are talking about open source, AI being open source. We are talking about data privacy and things like that. I would like to ask, and maybe I should start with the ladies first. So I'll start with the only lady on the panel. In terms of data privacy, right, and HR, how do we guide our employees stay within the confines of maybe our AI policy or AI governance codes to ensure that we don't take proprietary information and put it on an open source platform where our competitors can? What are the things we can do as HR to guide against proprietary information?
Okay, so thank you for that, and good morning, everyone. And thanks to Ephenova and SAP SuccessFactors for having us. I'm Glaniat, I head HR for the Dangote Group. So for us, data privacy obviously is key. We are a conglomerate, about 8 to 10 businesses and 32,000 employees, full-time employees. I think I'll just take the example of policies. For example, our policies are embedded in our SharePoint. So in terms of data privacy, making sure that employees have access. That was your question. Access to the data. Okay. So we have all our policies on our SharePoint. One of the things I was discussing earlier with Chief and how we need to move on going forward is implementing Joule, for example. We spoke about the chatbot. And implementing Joule will be one of our next steps, to make sure that we have access to the data. Not sure if I got you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any? That?
Yeah, well, from an IT perspective, I think it's training literacy is crucial. First thing, right? Before embarking on any AI journey, is make sure that everybody in the company is aware, right? We don't want people fired. We don't want our data also, unprotected. A lot of solutions, AI solutions, structured for the corporate environment, like the success factor AI, structured such that the data stays within the corporate environment. That's important. So educating people so that they understand the difference space or the corporate environment versus the open internet, I think is a key step towards implementing or adopting AI in the workspace for people. That education, I think, that is important. Probably will begin with some kind of AI policy framework that comes in place and publicized and by the executive. I think that is for beginning that journey. It's a very deliberate process. Can't just happen on.
AI literacy, and I think that is very key. I believe we are taking learnings from this.
Can I?
Okay, yes.
Can I add on that question? Speaking now from a vendor's perspective, that with any system that is hosted for us as customers, there are two distinct roles from a legislative perspective and also from a data privacy and data protection perspective. The two roles that we see, not only with AI, but also with other applications that are hosted, is that there's a role of a data processor, and then there's a role of a data controller. So if you look, in this case, if we talk about policies, whether they are on SharePoint, whether they are on AI, so if we put policies on SharePoint, Microsoft becomes the data processor because they are responsible for processing the data and ensuring that the data gets to where it needs to get. But when the data gets to a user screen, the data controller role then kicks in. Mm-hmm. And this is where Sylvester is saying there's a literacy element that we need to bring in here. And over and above literacy, employees need to know what is allowed and what is not allowed. So if I give an example, right, that if I work in payroll and I've got access to employees' pay, when I pull up an employee's payroll record on my screen, I can see because I've got access to see that data. But if I take my cell phone and I take a picture of that employee's pay and I send it to another employee or my cousin, in that case, the employer becomes the employee's data controller. So when the data is leaked outside, as an employee, I'm going to look at my employer and say, you are the data controller, an employee breached the policy. What happens now? And this is where the conversation of consequences comes in. So I think when we look at the conversation around data, we need to understand that employees need access to data to do their job. But if they misuse that access, and Paul is agreeing with me, if they misuse that access, there are policies in place that help us to guide them.
Yeah, I think like Steve said, if you have access to data in your data governance document or policy or whatever you call it, you have to define the data individuals per job do have access to. And if you have access to data and it got leaked out, there must be consequences for doing that, because then you've gone wrong against the rule of the organization. And when I link that to education, where people are educated on what they need to know, what they need to have to do their job, and what they should not do with what they have to do their job. I think when those things are clear in the data governance document that you have in the company, then it's easier to use AI to support the business. Thank you.
No, I think I'll just agree to say that policy, you talk about guardrails and governance, right? So I think those things help. Even where we are today, and it doesn't matter how basic or pedestrian or rudimentary our systems or our processes are, people have access to information. Um, um, sensitive employee information. And we have responsibility as organizations to ensure that this information, however they are, don't get out there into wrong hands. But guess what? We don't have spirits working with this information. We have human beings who have tendency, right, to either stay within or stay outside of it. And therefore, all we need to do is to put the guardrails there, the policies are there, the governance process is there. First of all, the system also has its own. Who has access to what? And that's the first thing. So what we in those days in SAP, I don't know whether you still use those words. It's called user um, user access, right? You know, where your role determines what you have access to. That's number one. And secondly, also too as well, it tells you what you can do with it, and it makes you sign either electronically or in paper or whatever it is that you cross this line, you are out. You're not only out because you have exposed the company or the organization, right, to litigation. You will be vicariously also to held liable. You know, so you put all those things there and are very clear. So the person knows from day one that if I cross the line, these are the consequences. Consequences must be there. If it's not, as human beings, you know, if you don't have the camera in Lagos State now, let me not talk about outside the country. If you don't have the camera, you know, showing that you beat the red light, everybody is free. You beat the red light. I mean, barring the commercial buses. But because it's there, and because the camera is kind of watching you, or you want to go out across Third Mainland Bridge, and you are exceeding 80 miles or 80 kilometers per hour, you know what your ticket is waiting for you. Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that. Before then, you could be on Third Mainland Bridge at 150 kilometers per hour. You know, you just have to be there. That those controls must be in place, and policy must be there, and don't flinch to implement. It doesn't matter who. The first case of those consequences, it doesn't matter who. Once it's done, I can guarantee you the rest will line up. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can we get microphone? I'm hearing consequence management. So by the time we started to update our sanction grid. Microphone, please.
Something very simple that we do. I just want to share something very simple that we do at Ephenova. Outside of, for data governance, training, yes, awareness too, but we get all our staff, all our colleagues to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality document every 6 months, because we're exposed to a lot of customers' data. And if we don't talk about it and get people aware of that, people can get a little bit careless with their laptop. They're working from home, which we do a lot of, and they have their laptop open and their cousin is looking in over their shoulder. That awareness is enough that you've signed. Once you sign something, generally, it kind of compels you, makes you feel like, oh, I signed something that, makes me want to not expose this data. Yes, I just thought I would mention that for HR people. Do you have a process or a policy that ensures that every 6 months you get your staff to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement that protects your clients and even your internal data as well? Thank you.
Yeah. Please, can we give him a round of applause? So, good stuff. Just reiterating, consequence management is key. So we need to have policies in place, and we need to have we need to have consequences, right, identified and written down so that just in case anybody go off the rail, there is something that is guiding that. Thank you very much. I have one other question, and I will really expect more questions to flow from the audience now. And the question is, around recruitment and development. These days, we have a lot of professionals in the workplace use artificial intelligence, especially the open source one. We have the Gemini, we have the ChatGPT, we have Copilot, and all manner of AI tools out there. And people actually get jobs done mainly through these products, through these platforms. And my problem, right, and a major problem that I think HR professionals and business leaders need to start discussing is what is the future of succession planning? What is the future of us having talent ready to be able to handle our client's job, right? Come up with products if we are outsourcing critical thinking and intelligence to artificial platforms. I don't know how many of us are thinking about it, but what can we do to guide against all of this? Because I see that there may be a lot of problems coming up. So maybe, Paul, you want to start? How do we guide against retaining human intelligence in the advent of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I think we can't do away with artificial intelligence. We just have to strike a balance, and I will give example of what is going on in my organization today. To save time in terms of maintenance, we just procure some elements. Those elements, you can sit in the office and be able to see what is going wrong in the plant. And what that does for an engineer basically is, instead of him riding bicycle, walking down to the plant to see something going wrong, for example, maybe a small leak or a rust that is ongoing in the plant. It's easy through that element because there's some connection between the IT software you have inside the plant. Is able to sit down back in the office, saving time to then research more to be able to solve the problem in there. You still will need to have some balance between artificial intelligence and human intelligence in terms of him solving the problem, because chatbots cannot solve that problem. The engineer now needs to sit down, look at the drawings of that place, and start, researching for solutions. Is being able to strike a balance between the two. We can't do away with any of them 100%, but we have to strike a balance.
Thank you. Strike a balance. Do we have any other?
Yeah, I want to start by making a statement. I used Hotmail when I was young. How many of you used Hotmail also at some stage?
I did.
Hotmail, yeah. If you think about Hotmail as it is, the last time that you used it, and you think about Gmail now, if you are in Gmail, and you look at the ease of use, the way in which Gmail can help you to categorize your email. When there are reminders, it pushes up those reminders. I don't know how many of us would want to go to Hotmail.
No.
If you have the option between Gmail and Hotmail. And Sylvester said he's missing it. And if we think about the type of workforce that is coming out now, right? And we think about the tools that they are using now. Sometimes when they join our organization, they actually get surprised, that they cannot work on their phone because they are used to doing a lot of things on their phone. So the point I'm making is, when we think about where do we draw the line between using AI in the organization, allowing AI to take over, the organization and the control that we have over AI, we need to think about the workforce that is coming. The people that are joining the workforce now, the younger ones, these are people that work on Canva. These are people that, if they need to generate an image, they'll probably go and ask an AI how to generate an image. But think about the process that we go through when we interview them, the things that we look out for, the kind of roles that these people are going to go into. So the point I'm making is we have to be ready for the AI workforce. The UNESCO has got 9 principles around governance of AI, and one of those is human agency. In the demo that Adelula did, she showed that AI, in this case, is enabling the decision making, either by generating information, by summarizing information, by presenting information to a user. We are not replacing the employee with the AI. So AI is a tool. AI has to be a tool. It is not going to make decisions for us as human beings. Do we need to be worried? To an extent, yes. And again, the question that we need to ask ourselves as people in HR or as employers is, how do we prepare our workforce to coexist with AI? Because there is a balance in there. If you think about the HR decisions that need to be made by non-HR people, they need all the help that we can give them. So the point I'm making is, can we afford to live without AI? The answer is no. But we can run an HR function without AI. Sometimes that HR function might be the reason why people are leaving, because they are thinking, I'm not getting a good experience. But we always have to, through literacy, through training, through enablement, make our workforce aware that you are the decision maker. We hired you. We didn't hire AI. We hired you to execute a function. AI, in this case, is a tool that is available to you to do your function.
Yeah, I just want to say that, AI is a tool, right? You have to look at it from that perspective. That is a tool. And that is a tool that you can shape, fit within your organizational values, right? It exists actually to support human values. I think that is actually one of the ethical factors that are considered is, okay, I want to adopt AI to do X. Does it support human values, right? So if you're able to make that determination, I think the next question or the next move will be, going back to your original concern about data filtering outside of the corporate body, would be to begin to examine the values that it actually brings to your organization and begin to put structures in place to preserve your data within your, because this is your IP, right? Preserve it within your organization. And I think the tools are already there. Some of the basic or native IT security tools provide the guardrails already for data protection and data loss prevention, that sort of thing. And AI respects these tools and guardrails that are already in place, right? So if you do a basic data classification on an office document, AI recognizes that. That would not allow someone who is not expected to see a document, see that document. So it's not like we are inventing a whole new set of IT security tools, right? Because you're adopting AI. AI is just integrating and trying to leverage what you already have, add value to the organization to, exponentially increase the value that is hidden within the organization.
Can we give them a round of applause?
I'd like to add a word to that, really. Sorry. If I take your question context, you talked about that human interaction getting lost, with AI. I don't think it should. Otherwise, then we as HR people don't have a job anymore. But look at it this way. Let's take succession planning, right? I want to look at my 9-box grid, for instance. Even SAP SF, I say SF is mean success factors, right? Can help me with that, right? But maybe more precisely with AI. Categorize these people for me, all the high potentials, or should I say, all those who have A-star rating in the last 3 years consecutively, and position them for me. A stars, A, and the Bs. Categorize them for me on the 9-box grid. That's fine. Now, it will be professional, or should I say intellectual laziness, for me just to pick up that and begin to make decision on it, right? So having identified these people, I should have a measure of interaction with them. Because at the end of the day, all it has done is that it has gone to the system to go and pick all these things, right? Now, Mr. Kelechi may have been my friend. And when I assessed him, I gave him a double star because he's my friend. May not speak necessarily to his competencies, right? Or anything at all. And if I work on that, I've just misled the entire organization. And you can position the wrong person in a position that the system does not qualify for. So having identified all that, right? I then pick my information. I get into interaction with the employees to see the fit between what I have read or what I've generated and what is actual. And I can say, well, thank you, AI, but I think this is different, right? I mean, how many of us have done use ChatGPT, and when you get to the end of it, it issues a disclaimer.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, you are responsible for how you use it.
Yes.
And so if you have used it to mislead the organization, you are the person to be held responsible.
Yeah.
So we should not, we cannot be intellectually or professionally lazy or complacent by just relying, and it's very easy to fall into that space, right? To say, well, I know what to do. In the past, you have to generate this, right? You have to ask questions from the boss and ask questions from the line manager and everything like that, do the 360 degrees in your own way before you begin to make decisions. But now it's easier, right? It comes readily to you, but it does not take away the fact that you must still, fact check, by personal interaction as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one point around that when David was speaking, I thought about is data. Not spoke much about data integrity and data governance. So making sure that our data in the system is 100% accurate before we even start talking about AI. To your point about information that you get out, you said because it's your friend, but there's also the fact that there are errors in the system, and AI is going to generate that error for you. So you definitely, to your point, have to go back and check it.
So it's garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if I may add to that point, AI is actually good for that kind of scenario, right? Because when you go into autonomous systems, it begins to critique the data itself and begin to show you holes and errors. So AI is actually good where you have a bunch of garbage in your data structure.
Later.
You can begin to use that in, to cleanse the data and begin to, restructure data to make better business sense.
Thank you very much. Very much. Do you have any questions? So please, can we Remy?
And that's the thing. We need to, first of all, balance our thoughts regarding this. Some things won't change, right? We have the advent of AI. It's not going to stop. It's like the internet. There are a lot of professionals asking themselves today, should I use AI? Should I not use AI? Well, should you use the internet, right? So once you sort that out, then come to the things that don't change. The output of AI is really related to how good you are. Okay, so the human intelligence is still there. Now, there's that fancy word called prompting. It's just communication. So you still have employees that can't communicate well. Some of us still have email trainings, right? Okay, so they can't communicate effectively, right? And then they get onto AI. So what you will get is what they put in. Sometimes somebody will send you an email and you know it's straight from ChatGPT, right? You will see the elements, the parts that are bold, the parts that are, right? Okay, so it's still down to the skill. You still have the issues around leadership support to organizations, departments, strategic insight, being able to analytically look at what our business wants to achieve over a period and to break down. Even if you ask AI that, right, you still need some level of competence. So whilst we're embracing AI, let's not lose sight of those things that won't change. Focus on those competencies, because at the end of the day, some of the things AI will change could be some really complex work, right? So you can have, if I give you an example, if I interview 1,000 people here and I have less than a day to summarize the report, AI will do that, okay? But if I want to maybe make my organization more effective in the future, then how do I understand where the competency of AI would come in and where the competency of the people that I need to marry with that? How do I merge that? So if you still focus on the things that matter and then focus on what AI brings, then you're in a better place, really. Yeah? All right, thanks.
Thanks for that. I think we have another hand up.
Hi, my name is Ulari, and managing partner for Metal Management Consultants. I think when we have the conversation around HR, I put it as a contribution and also a challenge. It's also kind of tying to what he's saying. And some of the conversations I have with people every day, like he says, when somebody used AI, I've seen people submit an email they generated from AI, and the quotation marks are still inside. So what I usually tell people is AI is not different from, when we used to use, if we did studies, postgraduate, all of that, and we're writing our dissertation or thesis, and we had to use Google to pull out research information. Your ability to pull out and type the right questions for Google determines the level of and in-depth of materials that you can get from it. I see AI as the same. So I think maybe as HR practitioners, we should look at training topics that train people and build competencies around how to harness. It's just like when the lecturers taught us how to do research and optimize our use of Google when we're in school, to pull out research and other academic materials when we're in school. So it's how to use AI to generate the right, the right questions to even ask AI, and how to pull out the right data. Because like I've tried with some of my teammates, the more questions you ask in the good manner, the more and depth of analysis you get from it. But if you just give it a peripheral stuff, it's going to give you, it's like garbage in, garbage out. It's technology. So I think we should build training topics, maybe training plans around how to train people on how to optimize their competencies in using AI. Yeah. Thank you.
So essentially, the depth of your intelligence is going to determine what you get from AI. AI's capacity is AI's capacity. It has the capacity, but limit it based on the promptings that you give it. Thank you very much. Yes.
So my question is, with AI being at the forefront of everything right now, I mean, there's very few sectors that AI or the application of AI has not permeated. So it begs the question, how should organizations rethink workforce planning in light of AI's impact on traditional job roles?
The essence of workforce planning is to be able to look at your inventory, your existing skills or talents, right? Know what you have and what you don't have, right? So you look at your own demand, and then you look at the supply, from outside, right? I think AI even helps them, because with the right data, I say right data, and I qualify that. With the right data, you're able to do the right inventorying. And once you have done that, it's easy for you then to know what you have and what you don't have, and what you have that is not sufficient in terms of competences, right? So you know where you need to kind of beef up, and it even helps you to know who should be out, actually. And that is very fantastic. So when you are making exit decisions, you're not making it subjectively, hopefully. Now, it helps more in also enabling you to be able to have a sense of your external labor market, or should I say talent market as well also too. And that's a challenge many of us face today in terms of being able to correctly assess the external market or the supply part of um, um, the continuum, right? So once we are able to then establish that supply, what's my supply, right, to meet my demand, that AI will help us to do. And that is fantastic. But what I want then to kind of also clarify, and I think Chief can help us with that, is the extent to which I can have my system or my database upon which AI is embedded, open to, right, the external what's it called now, system, exactly. Because you see, you don't want to also get into local champion, right? You think you are fantastic, but it's only fantastic in the context of what you have within. You understand? And you might have become obsolete because you're just focusing internally. I would look at the fact that I would like to see the external market and see, what's going on, and then be able to assess whether even what I have today and what my business requires to operate in a dynamic environment, right, is what I have, or should I need to beef them up in terms of attracting talent from outside, or by upskilling, or reskilling what I have internally. Did I answer your question? Did I make it windy? Right. Good.
So perhaps you want to clarify or answer that later part of his comment. Is a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and if we think about from an HR systems perspective, right, there was a cycle, where we were saying companies need to centralize HR in one system. So customers moved from multiple HR systems, ended up with one big system that did learning, comments, recruiting, people management. But what we see happening now with digitization is that more and more systems are coming back into play. Employees need access to more and more systems in order for them to be effective. And this is where, whether we call it integration, data integration, system integration, this is where it comes in now. So if I talk about some customers that I work with in mining, they need data around the health of the population. They want to know from a male population perspective, because those are the guys that go underground. How is their health in relation to diabetes, to HIV, and to other ailments? And this is data typically that is, maybe our National Statistics Organization has got, maybe the World Health Organization has got. So for certain industries, for them to do workforce planning properly, they will need access to that data. And this is where now opening up our systems for integration comes in. And what Sylvester was saying around AI helping us where we have got gaps in data. And if we put on the AI layer, this is where AI will say, look, for you to make a credible decision, you need to assess the population's health. You don't have that data. How do you plug in? Where do you find that data? So more and more data is needed for us, not only for workforce planning, but for learning also. More and more data is needed. We are beginning to see more and more systems coming in, but we don't want employees to access 6 or 7 different systems to make one decision. And this is where the AI layer now can help me to peel through the layers to an extent that if I can do everything on my phone, I just go to my phone and ask my phone, how many engineers do I have who are going to retire in the next 12 years? And which learning institutions is producing the number of engineers that I can look at? And my agent will go and look at different sources, mirror that back to my own corporate information, and give me information, not decisions, like you said, give me information that I can use to improve the quality of my decision. So we shouldn't block off access to other data, because then we end up in that space where we think we are good because we are only internally looking. Focused. So let's bring in the data. Digitalization helps us to do that. Let's bring in the data, but let us not weigh down employees by saying to them, oh, whenever they see an email from HR, is because there's a new system. There's a new system. there's a new system. But the access to the information, this is where AI can help us if it's properly regulated and the literacy is in there. Emil, I'm sorry I cut you.
Yes.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. I just wanted to write on what David was saying regarding external, because we just implemented in January the recruiting platform, which for us was really very positive, right? I think from that perspective of attracting, I think we've had about 39,000 hits in this, because it, the other with job boards, and also I think that the AI piece, yes, but even just if we look at the modules, right, from an SAP perspective, I think recruiting is one where, to David's point about external, we're able to bring in, and actually recruit, recruit people, and to the lady's point on workforce planning, use that as well. I think AI, we're going into AI, and I think that's our next step. We've implemented about eight or nine modules so far. And the next step is really bringing Joule and AI in. And I think that's where we're going to see more efficiency and impact.
Yeah. Just to kind of to hone in on that, also to hone in on that as well. I'll give an example very quickly. A while ago, 2016, thereabout, whatever it is, I got into a new kind of business I wasn't particularly used to. I used to work in a related business, to it, but it was completely different. So it's like working in an oilfield services organization, and then you got into E&P. Don't bother about what it all means. Now, and then we were looking for we had a particular need that we didn't have in the organization, but we just knew we needed somebody like this. All right. So it was Google then, and I just kind of Googled it because and it said to me, I would need, and when I put all this stuff there, it said a hydrocarbon economist. Now, for the life of me, I'd never heard of that, apparently. It didn't even say petroleum economist. It said a hydrocarbon. If you say petroleum, my mind will work in that direction. Petroleum, I'm not being a Nigerian, right? But say hydrocarbon economist. They're the same, by the way. But the way he puts it, say hydrocarbon economist. Now, fancy that I don't even have Google. And by the way, AI makes it even easier for me right now, right? And then I'm struggling with, okay, what are even the competencies? What am I looking for? What kind of skills should the person have? Where should the person have had experience? Because I'm not looking for a rookie. I'm looking for somebody who is experienced in that place. Where should the person have worked? You understand? Should the person have worked in Gulf of Mexico, or should the person have worked in Angola Basin, or whatever it is, and all those things like that? I believe, right, that if we had done, going back to my power plan, right, if we had done some work on that earlier, right, we would have seen that gap, okay, and would have actually addressed it upfront than scampering when we found ourselves, in that situation. I think AI will help us, in that area, in inventory what we have, and we inventory it in the context of our business environment, our strategic plan in terms of where we are going, where we are right now, and how we want to get to where. And it will tell you, you will need such a person like this. And it can be this name, it can be petroleum economist, it can be hydrocarbon economist, it can be anyone. And these are the skill sets that he or she needs to have. Thank you.
So if I may add on that, right? So we'll come to you, sir. If you look at the scenario that David has painted now, so here's an OD specialist that we have 2.5 years experience. You just came across this role, hydrocarbon.
Yeah, hydrocarbon economist.
Yeah, that name that I can't pronounce. So you just came across this role, and we are looking at an OD specialist with 2.5 to 3 years, and we expect them to come up with a job spec for that role. It's something that you are just came across now, and this is where now the digitization comes in, right? That we don't have to start everything from scratch. We can then look at existing consultants in the market, whether it's Conferry, whether it's Mesa, whether it's Lightcast, that we can plug in their data into our own HR system. Then after we plug in, we know what the role needs to look like, what skills are needed, what the career trajectory could look like for this person. So by the time we advertise, we already have what the career path could look like for this person. And this becomes possible, right, when we don't shy away from digitizing our HR application. And in this case, there isn't a lot of AI involved, right? It's just system-to-system integration. The AI maybe could come in when it says to you, you have never had such a role in your environment. You need to do that from scratch. But if we decide to say we are not going to expose our data there, we're not going to integrate to other systems, something that could be done in a matter of a day and a half could take all these specialists 3 to 4 months coming up with this job spec, looking at the qualifications, looking at the competencies, how do you evaluate this person? So, and if we tie it back to the workforce planning piece, right, in that the availability of information, the integration of information, and giving users access to information in a controlled environment, this is where we see a lot of benefit, not only for workforce specialists, but for all specialists within it. There was a hand, sorry, there was a hand for the.
Software, they are there to do that job. We did a job recently in a capstone project where we call Retain AI solution, where we develop a solution for reducing churn and retaining a customer for telecoms company in sub-Saharan Africa. We just finished that project, and we use that aspect of it, workforce planning, projection into the future, and we'll be able to predict where you will be next year, 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years. It's a very good tool to use in workforce planning. Then my question, sorry, I don't know whether it's been answered, but let me ask it. I know building a POC, the point of, say, for the POC for this kind of HR solutions with artificial intelligence, so that some of us here are here to see, can we adopt this solution in our organizations? That kind of the talking point. The last speaker talked about the problem in HR, attraction and retention. And people are afraid already that computerization is making them lose their job. And you are bringing AI HR solution. I know many people are not going to lose their jobs. So what's the kind of point of proof of concept that we can use in our organization to tell them that this is a good solution for us to adopt?
Sorry.
I don't know if I may speak to that. I'm not an HR expert, but I've seen a lot of materials online regarding the advent of, the AI tools and how it could displace certain jobs or eradicate certain jobs. But there are also counter argument that AI can create more than double the number of jobs that have been lost. So I think the question now is, are people training themselves? Are they reskilling themselves compatible with AI related or AI in jobs, right? So that's what it is. Is again that transition from the old to the new, right? So a lot of jobs will be created by AI, but will people adapt quick enough to take up these new jobs, right? So I think that's where the challenge is. I really don't see job loss. I just see jobs that are being redefined, right? So that's how I see it from my perspective.
Sorry, I chuckled. I think I see job loss. I mean, I'm sorry, I hope I'm not being undiplomatic here. Right. I see job loss. But I don't see it as a cause for concern. There are things that are being done today in our respective organizations that are purely transactional. Purely transactional. That, as a matter of fact, even it does not require too much level of what's it called? It's repetitive, it's routine, those will be the first, if a house is burning, the curtain of the house is the first to go, right? Before the bricks. Now, those will go. But I think the opportunity it gives us is this. And I speak to the HR people here, the HR professionals, if I will use that word, in a very informed manner. is to begin to do the things that we are actually hired to do. You will agree with me, if you've been in my shoes in a number of places, that you get bogged down by transactional issues. And what you know to do as an HR professional that are more strategic, that brings value to the business, right? As a business partner, not just carrying the name, but being a true business partner, you don't have time for them as much as you should. So you are dealing with things that are transactional most of the time. So what it does, in essence, what I'm saying is this: AI allows us now to focus on the things that we should be doing. It takes away from you those things that are routine and repetitive and everything like that, into now giving you time to think, right? And begin to evolve new things. So it allows us to evolve now, you know. So let me just say, when I say job losses, I don't mean, some jobs will go. That's loss, isn't it? But it doesn't mean the person has to go.
Exactly.
The person has to then take on a different,
Reskill.
exactly, reskill yourself, upskill yourself, do what you should be doing, what you really were hired to do, as against just getting yourself bogged down. And when they ask you after 5 years, as an HR professional, tell us the lessons you have learned, and everything is transactional.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate, right? Or it will be unfortunate if that happens. So that's my point, to say jobs will disappear, but people don't have to disappear, because then you have to reskill, upskill. And that even comes from you assessing yourself. Where exactly am I? In this thing called HR, where exactly am I? We cannot take, it doesn't matter how much we get into AI, we shouldn't take the human part of it from, otherwise it doesn't become human resource management anymore. It becomes resource management.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can do that.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think I support what David said. There will be job loss, especially when I look at the HR function. When I look at the A to Z of HR function, there will be job loss. The reality is around upskilling individually, and also the organization providing the platform to upskill people. My expectation is that organization by now should start looking at what are those future skills that will be required by the business, so that they create a platform to start thinking of who and who will require these skills. Then they start putting them through those processes. In my organization, we already created that kind of platform where today we have a team looking at those skills that will be required in our business in the next 30 to 40 years. And we are then start to think of those jobs that will also go away in the next 30 to 40 years, so that we now start looking at the skills of our people to see if you fall on this side where the jobs will go away, what can we do to switch you to the other side? And if you can't switch you to the other side, then we start taking decisions on what is next. Thank you.
We switch you out.
Yeah, can I chip in here? This conversation around jobs being lost to machines, and I want to agree with both Sylvester and David here that there's a lot of transformation of jobs, right? And I want to give an example. How many of us have got vacancies in our organization? Raise your hand, please, if you have got vacancies in your organization. How many of those roles are for a mailroom general worker?
Mailroom.
Mailroom.
No.
Okay. How many of us still have mailrooms, if I may ask them? Some of you are thinking, do we have a mailroom? But organizations used to have mailrooms.
We used to have a mailroom 25 years ago.
Yeah, 25 years ago.
5 years ago, we used
But
to have mailroom.
if you ask yourself, where did those jobs go? Because we are still sending mail in the organization. We are still receiving mail. Information is still flowing, which is what the mailroom was going. But if you look at who replaced the mailroom, well, it used to be email at some stage. Now it's chat, whether it's Teams chat. But there are skills that are needed for us to keep the communication going. And it's a similar thing that's happening with the future of work, right? That the core function, and this is what David was saying, the core function of what we do as organization, it's not like it's stopping, but the skills needed to execute that function is changing. And we need, as HR people, to ensure that whether it's for 30 or 40 years, we plan and we are able to secure the well-being of the organization by ensuring that the skills that we have or the skills that we are creating are the skills that are not going to support mail rooms as we know them, but the skills that are going to support the necessity or the function or the value of what mail rooms were doing. So it's more a transformation in the roles that exist. Some roles will be more impacted than others, and some roles are not going away. It will take a while for them to change, but there is a huge change that we need to prepare the workforce to be ready.
Thank you very much. I think we have largely discussed about labor transformation, right, and how some roles will go, some roles will evolve, and new roles will come. And that brings me to remembrance of what IBM did last year. Right? I'm sure many of us would have seen the report that IBM laid off about 8,000 people. But the interesting part of that report is that they have started rehiring because now those layoffs then created new opportunities. The question, which is the summary of what the panelists have said, is are you, as an individual, going to be rehired? Right? What other skills do you have to be able to service the new roles that are coming up? And I think for our learning as HR professionals, I think we can actually go and look at AI agents and what these agents are doing. We are talking about agentic AIs, right? What are these agents doing? And look at it side by side, your current roles, right, within your organization and see, okay, so an AI agent is doing this part of my job. It means I need to upskill in this area so that if this is taken away, I can then do this other thing. I think that will be helpful for all of us as HR professionals. There are online participants. Please, can we give a round of applause to our online participants? We see you, you are not neglected. And there are about 2 questions I would like to take from our online participants before we close the session. So this person is directing his question to Sylvester. Said, how do you build a tech infrastructure that supports agile workforce needs without overwhelming HR teams? Do I take that again?
Yes, please.
How do you build a tech infrastructure that supports agile workforce needs without overwhelming HR teams?
Okay. So how do you build an agile tech infrastructure?
Yes, infrastructure.
A lot of investment and a lot of planning to begin with. You need to understand the business, first of all, before you begin to build any kind of infrastructure. And the advent of cloud technology have also changed how we do that. In my early days, I used to get bogged down with building data centers and things like that, right? But no more. So first, you need to understand the business processes. You need to understand the culture. You need to understand where they are, understand what it is that they do. And then that will inform the sort of infrastructure you want to put in place. These days, you have to be nimble. And the key word there they've used is agile. So your infrastructure must be agile, it must be adaptable, and it must cost less. Nobody wants to pay more anymore for IT. So IT has been commoditized. So if you come in with any kind of case, it must be commodity IT, right? So that's really the concept that will ask the individual to investigate and interrogate if they are looking to build any kind of infrastructure to support modern business, especially with digital AI stuff, right? It's going to grow many tentacles. So connect is, puzzle that will come up at some point.
person is satisfied with the answer. Ngland, this for you. How are you preparing people leaders and managers to lead in this new environment? How are we preparing our leaders, our organizational leaders, to lead in the advent or in the era of artificial
Of
intelligence?
artificial intelligence. Okay, thank you for the question. I think I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of people, and 32,000 to be precise. However, obviously, you're mentioning leaders, right? Probably about 2 to 3,000 top leaders across the organization. Um, so our IT team and our HR team collaborate quite closely, right? In terms of driving AI. I think it's still, I would say, pretty new in most of our businesses in terms of how we drive it. But we drive it by, we mentioned awareness and literacy. So the first thing for us is if we come back again to SAPSF, we've implemented LMS about 2 years ago. So through LMS is the easiest way for us, the 24/7, as I mentioned earlier, way for people to get acquainted to AI. So obviously we have about 12,000 courses on there that people can access, right? So that's one of the main ones. That's the main way that we use today to, aside from the IT knowledge sessions, use our LMS system to get to as many people as possible. So not only in Nigeria, we're in 10 countries and thousands of people. So yes.
We have one or two more questions before we close from the house. Maximum of 2 questions before we close.
As leaders in our organization, how are we going to make people evolve? You're going to evolve the culture of your organization. You're going to evolve the leaders. How do you think you can go about doing that? Bringing about that change for people to grasp whatever it is, this new way of thinking, this new way of working. How do you think will be the best way to let this evolution happen? It starts from leadership. So leadership has to grab it for it to the culture of the organization.
Yeah, like you said, I think leaders need to grab it. Leaders need to sit down and kind of couch what the vision should be, what they are looking at to change in the organization. After they all agreed as leaders that this is where we are going, then they need to create an environment where they share this vision with the entire staff of the organization. You can do this in different ways by bringing them together, continue to share the vision with them, create teams where you share this vision, and you create teams where you bring leaders to those levels to continue to share the vision with them. Then try to kind of change the culture of the organization to support the vision. And this will take months and years to get, but is something that you can do if the leaders all agreed that this is where we are going. Because if the leadership are not clear about where they are going, forget it. You can't take the people below to follow that vision. The first point is for the leaders to sit down, all agreed. Nobody leaves the room and says, this is what they said. We all, agree to move, and we're all moving. With time, they will be able to take everyone within that organization along, and they will achieve the vision.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can we give our panelists a very big round of applause? It's been a very beautiful session with them today, and I'm sure that we have taken quite a lot of a lot of learnings. I mean, from leadership buy-in to cultural integration, right, to accepting the fact that AI is here to stay. There has been a lot of learning this afternoon. Thanks to you all for being a part of this beautiful session. And I believe that we are going to go transform our organizations more effectively and more agile after now. And of course, I'm looking at the capabilities of SAP success factors. We can also reach out to the Ephenova team on how we can streamline our processes and achieve better effectiveness. Thank you very, very much. I welcome Mr. Kelechi to.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And thank you to the panelists. I think you can take your seats now, if you don't mind. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so once again, I would like to appreciate our panelists who's taking time to educate us, once more on the value and benefit of why we're here today. The program is not ending now. We have another 30 minutes, if you don't mind. So I'd like for everyone to remain calm, but because a few people needs to leave now, especially some members of the panel. We want to quickly appreciate them for their efforts, their commitment to the HR profession and ICT in general. And I'll do that right away, and then we continue with the rest of the program. So please bear with us as we do this very quickly. Yeah. Can we have the first one? Okay, so I have the honor to call on Miss England Nyat, the group HR director at Dangote. England has been a superstar in the industry, and I don't know if you guys know her very well. She's been in the industry for so long, delivering value wherever she's been, and the current position at Dangote has also brought about transformation, especially within the HR space. So this is just a token of appreciation to thank her for what she's doing in the industry and encourage her to do a lot more.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this is. Ooh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I have to run.
Okay, so thank you very much, England. Okay, so the next presentation will go to Sylvester Chibu. Sylvester has been a solid rock in the ICT industry. He's been around for many years. I mean, what we probably didn't realize today is that we've tapped from the wisdom of close to 200 years of experience, combined of our panelists. So you won't find that very easily these days. And if you must, then you have to pay a lot of money. So we appreciate them for what they've done and what they'll continue to do. So thank you very much, Sylvester. Adi, can you come forward on this presentation?
What am I supposed to say? I was waiting for Chat GPT to tell me what to say, But thank you very much, Sylvester, for your time, making time out of your very busy schedule, to be here with us today. And thank you for your contributions as well. We really appreciate you for that.
Thank you.
This to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thanks. Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, we're doing this in no particular order, but I have here Mr. Paul Bakary. We really want to appreciate Paul Bakary. He's like a grandfather in the industry. You know, he's touched many, many lives, and most of them have also risen to top positions wherever they are. So we want to appreciate Mr. Paul Bakary for what he's done in the industry. And to help us do that, Larry, please, can you come forward? Very quickly, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we will continue with this effort. I think we have one or two more. People are not here, but yeah, we'll get that done later. So, Yabo, if you may, can we continue with the program? Thank you very much, everyone. And I really appreciate, I mean, if we were a company, it would have been a high performing company. The reason I say that is that we have gained more people, meaning that we have been attracting talents, but no one has left the room since we started. So another round of applause for us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're just gonna welcome Chinedu Onoha. He's gonna just quickly give us a brief overview about payroll and just pulling that into generally the HR space. So I'd like to just welcome Chinedu Onoha.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinedu Onoha. I would say that with my colleague Lola and Ake, and definitely Chief, we've seen a lot today, and we've gained a lot today. So this is not supposed to be long. It's just supposed to be very system that is also flexible. Not a system that at the end of the day you need to call people to keep configuring for you, but you can make some of those edits and changes by yourself. And that's where the payroll application comes in. At the end of the day, you need an application that you'll be able to configure your tax band. Again, the tax band has changed slightly from 2026. So you need an application that you'll be able to do that by yourself as well. And then you need an application that will be able to run through the distance. So I have a point man behind me that will be going through the screen so that it's seamless and it's quite fast. So obviously on the landing page, this is the landing page where you have your dashboard. The dashboard will give you all your different activities. Now, like I said, it is not only connected to success factors, you can connect this to other HR applications through APIs as well. Talking about integration, what this will do for you at the end of the day is that you'll be able to get all your data from success factors, like we've said, and you can actually see the different information that is coming from success factors. You can filter, and you would know which records are complete and which are not. You can complete that on the success factors side, and by a click of a button, you can pull all of those records into the payroll application. So what that does for you at the end of the day is that you don't have a situation whereby you need to configure employee records on the success factors end and still come to the payroll application and configure the same records. That's reducing the time that is spent. Beyond that, you can also configure your pay items here, whether they are recurring pay, deductions, one-off pays, those that are off cycle. You can look at other credentials in terms of if the eligibility of the employee, if it's that pay item is percentage based, fixed based,
if it's percentage of another wage type, let's say if it's annual or basic or other pay components that might be related to that particular pay, all of that can be configured, on the payroll application. Like I said, I have a point man that is doing all the work there. He's more or less like the AI behind. So my ChatGPT is behind me somewhere in the room, so I don't need to do much. But the whole idea is so that we can go through this quickly. The payroll application also has an embedded loan management system that can allow you to calculate your loan across different loan types that you might have, whether it's salary advance, corporate loans, car loans, housing, all of that can be configured. All you need to do is to put certain parameters into the system in terms of the loan amount and the number of months, and the system will break down what the person needs to pay back over a period of time for the period that the person is taking that loan or salary advance for. And all of this is on top of the fact that there is approval workflow that needs to go through, because we know that for different organizations, you would obviously have some kind of workflows that, that particular process needs to go through, and all of that can be easily configured. On top of that, this is what you can also have, payroll run for each individual, and you can actually see the breakdown per employee. Sorry, we have Chief here, even though he's not part of our, we can't pay Chief, obviously. So Chief, what you would see here is not in Naira. Please just assume that it's in USD. Okay, so you have that breakdown in terms of what's the person's annual component, what is the monthly component. You can see the monthly, the annual, and then you can see all the breakdown in terms of the benefits and all deductions. And at the end of the day, you can see the net pay, the gross pay, the total deductions. Now, when you've simulated and you are done with that, obviously you can go on and do and finalize that payroll. You can see your payroll summary, variation report. You can generate memos and the rest. Well, and all of that you can do from this application. With that said, all of this is embedded on an audit system that you can use to check what is happening and who has done what at a particular time. So you can see, for example, this employee or this particular employee carried out this action. This is the description of the action and the date and the time that that action was carried out. So what that gives you is the ability to have, feasibility and transparency at your fingertips, where you can know who has done what at a particular time and be able to, in this case, if it is something wrong, like we have said, you'll be able to issue out the consequences. Okay, so with that said, you can also look at the payroll history in terms of the last payroll that was done, who carried it out, if it's awaiting approval, if it has been approved, all of that you can do. Embedded on top of that is the reporting. You can see your payroll summary list. You can see your annual reports. You can see all your pay slips, whether past or present. And then you can also go ahead to see, in this case, we only have one, but this is more or less like a template. And you can see all your pay slips in terms of those whom you have paid out. And on top of that, you also have a situation whereby by a click of a button, payments can go out to, or salaries can go out to all employees, no matter the number. And definitely the remittances as well will be deducted in terms of the statutory reporting around pension and the rest. So you can see your pay slip in terms of the basic, the housing, the transport. You can see all your deductions, and then definitely your net pay. Now, all of this is actually integrated with success factors, like I mentioned. All of these data were not captured here on payroll. They were done on the success factor side, and then we are pulling. But obviously, there will be certain employees that you would need to capture certain parts of their elements of their records in payroll. You can also do that here. So it gives you that flexibility to be able to capture both employees on the payroll side and the success factor side. With that said, like I said, I promised you at the beginning of this session that I'll be very brief, because I know that time is money and you have spent a lot of money today. So, because you have spent a lot of time with us today. So we appreciate you being here. The reason why we wanted to talk about this is because we wanted to show you that beyond the success factors application, there are other applications that we have that are layered on some of these things that we are talking about. So we also have the I4 Health and the rest. I know Mr. K is going to talk about some of these things. But all of this is to show you some of the value that Ephenova can bring to the table and how we can, help you in your journey as you go through your HR experience. Thank you everyone for your time. Really appreciate it. I wanted to say, so I think I was given about 10 minutes for this, but I think I was able to do it for about 6 minutes. So Chief, I did better than you. So what that means is that before you leave here, make sure you pay 4 minutes worth of my time before you step out of here. Thank you very much. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
In less than 15 minutes, I promise we'll be out of here. So, but I don't think we would have done justice to all of this. We have spoken everything about the importance of AI and how AI can improve our lives at work, both as leaders, HR leaders, the organization as at large, and as individuals, without actually trying to have an understanding of the company that has presented this to you today. A lot of people see the word Ephenova or the brand Ephenova, and you're wondering, is this 14 Nova? Because a lot of people call that today. Or is this iPhone Nova, or what Nova is this? I like to briefly explain this, so that it's clear to everyone that the name of the brand is iPhone Nova, and iPhone Nova stands for a number of things. The I in the four is the four eyes that you see under there, right? So it's about innovation, it's about integrity, it's about ingenuity, and it's about impact. So whatever we do as an organization, we embed innovation into all our offerings. Of course, with a lot of integrity, which we've demonstrated today with the number of clients that showed up today, and also the validations that we've gotten today. It has to be ingenious, meaning that it's something that is done differently from the way that every other person does it, and it must have an impact, either within the society in general or within the organization at large. So that's it for the brand. If you are confused about the name, whether it is i4 or 14 Nova, I'm sure that that is clear today. So going forward, the brand is i4 Nova, and we are known for innovation. We haven't been around for too long. I'm sure that people are wondering, with all of these successes that we've recorded, that probably will be like 20 years or 30 years of age. No, we're only 8 and counting. But within these 8 years that we've been together as a company, we've been able to deliver 78 projects and counting. I'm sure if you divide 78 by 8, you know what that means. How have we been able to achieve this feat? We've been able to do this by our methodology, how we engage our clients. We often say that what we do is not just to engage our clients for the sake of engaging our clients. We build together, we co-innovate, and we share ideas, that help our clients become better at what they do. We also, in this period, we've developed over 48 consultants, certified consultants in different areas, right? What that means is that, and the reason why we're different from others, and the reason why we always win, even when we compete with the best in the world, is that we are not only technically competent, we are also professionally competent in whatever we do. Let me explain that a little bit more. So in every process area, that we get involved in, for instance, HR that we are talking about today, we have certified consultants in that field, be it finance, supply chain, or whatever you call it. If it is in finance, we do have chartered accountants that not only understand the functional aspect of what you do as an organization or the processes that you run, but also the technical aspect. So when you combine these two, it gives you one and only thing, but success. Next, please. Okay, so why choose Ephenova? I've said this before. Proving results across industries. We're focused in a number of industries, including oil and gas, healthcare, manufacturing, retail, and what have you. We've built templates and accelerators in these industries because of a number of years and our experience level in those industries to be able to reduce the number of the period that it takes normally for a project to be delivered, and some of our clients can attest to that. Whereas it may take on an average, 8 to 12 months to deliver, for example, a success factors project, because we built accelerators and templates that helps us to deliver faster. We can deliver and ensure that you start getting appreciable value even from day one. So we also have local depth. Sorry, we also have local depth, global experience. What it means is that if you look at our profile, you find that the people who came together to form this company has actually had a lot of experience delivering projects around the world. Personally, I've been a director at SAP before I left, to team up with my partners to create this SPV. And then also before then, I was with Microsoft. So we've been deep into technology, delivering value, for so many years. So if you look at the normal situation, the norm in Nigerian companies, every individual wants to be a CEO. So you can safely assume that these are three companies that came together to form a group of companies. And that explains the reason why we've been super successful. Again, so we leverage our experience and provide advisory, to our clients. So we don't just dump technology on them. We work together with them to ensure that we understand exactly what it is that they want to achieve as a company, and then we go ahead working collaboratively to deliver according to spec. So we do have strong strategic partnerships across the globe, especially with some of the biggest companies in technology. We are here today in collaboration with SAP, and you can see a number of SAP resources supporting us today. The same thing with Microsoft, AWS, and also other platforms where we operate. So that is the minimum standard that we bring to the table. Because we understand the value and the quality that these companies expect of every partner, we ensure that we go extra length, to get our consultants to the level that they can deliver and compete with any other consultants. Okay, so the other thing that we embed in our services is support, knowledge transfer and support. Right from the beginning, in our methodology, we do have this process that we incorporate the client into whatever processes that we're delivering or projects that we're delivering. So from day one, like the speakers mentioned here, if you don't get buy-in from every member of the organization, that project is bound to fail. So the first step that we take in any project that we undertake is to do stakeholder mapping, what we call stakeholder mapping. And I begin to design value for every segment of the business, and present it to them so that they understand that this project is there to help them and not to take their jobs away. I think that someone mentioned that one of the reasons why people resist change is because of fear of unknown or fear of the fact that when change happens, then they are threatened or may lose their jobs one way or the other. Can we go to the next slide? All right, so some of our success stories, I already mentioned that we have very deep relationship across industries. Nest Oil is one of our clients, as you heard today. They are here present to support us and to validate what we're saying. So we're not just saying for saying sake, we're saying because we're here and they are partners and they can confirm exactly what we're saying. So according to the group head IT, who's sitting right beside me, says that through innovation, through Ephenova's deployment of SAP Cloud ERP, success factors achieved through digital transformation unified platform gives us scalable and real-time financial force insights, operational control needed to drive complex industry. And that's credited to Sylvester Chibu, who's the CIO or the CTO at Obi Jackson Group. And the next client is Ajinomoto. They were also here earlier in their numbers, but they had to leave because they have other engagement. Similar to what Sylvester said, Daniel Ebalu says that SAP ERP has transformed the way we run our business from faster financial processes to insightful management level reports, thanks to Ephenova station and user support. We can now make informed data. And the last but not the least is another client of ours, Grimaldi, who's in the logistics, global logistics industry or sector. And here is what the deputy managing director had to say about our services. As our operations scale, combination of SAP Cloud ERP and custom middleware from Ephenova gives us the integration, agility, visibility needed to stay ahead the fast-paced maritime logistics industry. So you can see that our footprint is wide across industries. And one thing that everyone is saying is that when you engage Ephenova, then you have engaged a partner that will work with you to ensure that whatever it is that are your challenges are resolved, number one, within budget, number two, within the timelines that has been so with that, I'd like to say thank you very much. There's one more thing that we have to announce, but that will be after the awards has been given. But I'd like to appreciate everyone for your time and support today. It's very, very rare to find this amount of people, sitting in one room for 4 hours or more. I'm sure that we must have benefited one way or the other from the content that was shared with us today. So once again, I appreciate you all. And in less than 5 minutes, we'll close. But we'll quickly hand over the rest of the awards, and then we proceed to close up. Thank you. Okay, so the next award is to Oh, okay, so that's for Mr. David. Yeah. David is a oh yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, forgive me. Forgive me for that. Forgive me for that. But please come forward. Thank you. Um, boss, can you please? Okay, and I think we have one more, right? Okay, so the next one is to our friend, our partner from SAP, Chief Dambo. Chief, please, can you come forward? So for those who don't know, Chief is a strong evangelist of success factors. You know, he preaches it like religion. And he's been all over the world, you know, preaching this gospel of success factors. And today, I'm sure that we benefited from his wealth of experience. So thank you very much, Chief. Daddy, where are you? Who's running late? Okay, so I think we've come to the end of the event. Again, I'd like to appreciate everyone for your time, your commitment, and your dedication since morning. It's been an interesting event, and I'm sure that we've benefited one way or the other. But before we go, as we usually do, you know, in appreciation of everyone who's here. By the way, you're all getting your boxes. Don't feel you're not special. Eh? Yeah. So I'd like to announce a promo, you know, for everyone who's here. So, and this is in collaboration with SAP. Yeah. SAP will not give you discounts, but we will, okay, to show how committed we are to you. So if you're able to procure your success factors license, no matter how many, even if it's 10, 15 user, 20 user, 100 user, 1,000 user, that's fine. But what we'll do for you is that we will give you a 50% discount on the implementation. Yeah. So please don't quote me wrong. SAP will not give you discount on the software, but the one that we're in control of, which is the implementation, you will get a 50% discount if you're able to commit to any number of licenses, success factors, or in fact, or any other SAP product, you know, in the next 3 months. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
For him. That's Kelechi Wosu. So we're winding down, but have refreshments for you out there. So and just use that to step down before you wait. So we have them out there. Please feel free to indulge them. I think we've given you the gift boxes, but please feel free to indulge. That was good. Benefits of AI in HR. Thank you once. Let's stay with
Hey everyone, my name is Messel and I'm a business consultant at Ephenova. Did you know that 85% of employees worldwide feel disengaged from work, and that high employee turnover can cost a company up to twice an employee's salary? The deep HR challenges that many organizations face today are low employee engagement, high attrition rates, and poor onboarding experiences. Fortunately, solutions like SAP SuccessFactors are helping companies not just manage these issues, but overcome them with real impact. To address low engagement, for example, SAP Success Factors offers performance and goals and continuous performance management. These modules align employee goals with company strategy, provide regular feedback, and recognize achievements, helping employees feel seen and motivated. So when it comes to high attrition rates, the succession and development and learning management modules are key, allowing companies to identify high potential talent, offer growth paths, and create a culture of learning and advancement. And for onboarding, Success Factors offers the onboarding module, which delivers a digital, personalized experience that makes new hires feel connected and supported from day one for a better employee experience. Finally, Success Factors empowers organizations to build workplaces where people feel engaged, valued, and ready to grow, because when people thrive, businesses thrive as well. So, thinking about starting your SAP Success Factors journey, Ephenova is here to support you every step of the way. Our experienced consultants are ready to guide you through the entire implementation process, ensuring a smooth and successful transition tailored to your business needs. Thank you.
Industry is still growing. Industry is still growing, and a lot of companies are seeing the value, like fintech companies, telecommunication, and even logistics. And a lot of others, data is still underused or even ignored. The truth is, businesses are sitting on gold mines of data, but they are not truly tapping into it, whether it's customer behavior, sales performance, or